Let's talk about something that has been hiding in plain sight for 36 years. The Simpsons is, by any reasonable measure, the most watched animated program in the history of American television. 800 episodes across 36 seasons. Hundreds of writers, dozens of directors, thousands of animators, voice artists, editors, and producers, all working toward a single shared vision of a fictional town called Springfield. A place so detailed, so meticulously constructed over decades, that fans have drawn maps of it, cataloged its residents, documented its landmarks, and debated its geography with the kind of energy normally reserved for academic scholarship. And yet this show, this enormously expensive, enormously staffed, enormously scrutinized piece of television, contains so many internal contradictions, so many small and large and medium-sized mistakes, so many moments where the left hand clearly had no idea what the right hand was doing, that cataloging them has itself become a full-time pursuit for a dedicated portion of the internet. That is what we are here to do tonight, or this afternoon, or this morning, or whatever quiet hour it happens to be wherever you are sitting right now. This is not a critique. This is not a takedown. The Simpsons, at its best, is genuinely extraordinary television, and even at its most chaotic and contradictory, it remains compelling in ways that are difficult to fully explain. But the mistakes are real. The continuity errors are real. The moments where a character's eye color changes between cuts, or where a building appears on the wrong side of the street, or where someone references an event that the show has explicitly told us happened differently in an earlier episode, all of that is real. All of it happened. And there is something strangely soothing about letting it wash over you, one quiet error at a time, for the next several hours. So get comfortable, find your position, turn down the lights if that helps. We are going back to Springfield, and we are going to notice every single thing the show hoped you wouldn't. Let's start at the very beginning, because the very beginning is where the very first mistakes live. The Simpsons premiered as a short series of animated segments on The Tracey Ullman Show in 1987, before graduating to its own primetime slot on Fox in December of 1989. The first proper episode, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, aired on December 17th of that year. It was a Christmas special, technically the 8th episode produced, but the first to air, and from the very first frame it contained the seeds of what would become a 36-year tradition of beautiful, charming, completely forgivable inconsistency. The house at 742 Evergreen Terrace is introduced as the Simpson family home in that first episode. It is a 2-story yellow house with a red roof, a chimney, a garage, and a reasonably standard suburban layout. You know the one. You have seen it from the outside thousands of times, rendered in that distinctive flat-colored animation style that would come to define the look of the show. Now here is where it starts. The interior of that house, the layout of the rooms, the placement of the staircase, the location of the kitchen relative to the living room, the positioning of Bart and Lisa's bedrooms in relation to each other and to the master bedroom, none of it is consistent. Not across seasons, not within seasons, and in some cases, not even within individual episodes. The staircase in the Simpson home is the single most frequently moved architectural feature in fictional American television history. In some episodes, you walk through the front door and the staircase is directly in front of you. In others, it is to the left. In still others, it appears to be accessible only from the kitchen area, which would make it architecturally peculiar in a home of this size and layout. The staircase moves because the show's animators drew it wherever it needed to be for a given scene, without reference to any consistent floor plan, and for the first several seasons, no one seems to have been particularly concerned about this. Bart's room is upstairs, on the right side of the house when viewed from the street, as established in a handful of early episodes that show exterior shots with lit windows corresponding to interior action. Then, in other episodes, Bart's room appears to be on the left, then it is at the back of the house, then it is somehow adjacent to Homer and Marge's room in a way that would require the house to have a completely different layout from anything previously shown. Lisa's room is similarly itinerant. Her window, as seen from outside, moves from episode to episode with the casual freedom of a window that answers to no architect. The kitchen window overlooks the backyard in most episodes. In a memorable handful, it overlooks the side yard, or the front yard, or what appears to be the neighbor's property in a way that would raise real concerns about fence placement. The basement, which features prominently in certain storylines, does not appear to exist in other episodes. The garage, which is consistently shown in exterior shots, is never accessed from anywhere that makes physical sense relative to the rest of the house's interior layout. At various points in the series, Homer's car is stored in the garage. At other points, both family cars appear in the driveway, while the garage contains something else entirely. Or the garage door is visible, but the space behind it has clearly been repurposed as something other than a garage. This is not continuity error in the traditional sense, where a character is holding a coffee cup that disappears between shots. This is something more fundamental. The Simpson family home, the single most frequently visited location in the entire run of the show, the place we return to at the end of nearly every episode, does not have a consistent physical reality. Now, here's the interesting thing about this particular family of errors. The show was aware of them, at least at some level, from relatively early in its run. There is a recurring gag, deployed across multiple seasons, where the exterior of the house is shown in a way that makes its interior layout seem slightly impossible. The joke, to the extent that it is a joke, appears to be that the show knows its own geography is fictional in the most literal sense. It does not pretend the house is architecturally coherent. It simply does not care, and the audience, by and large, has accepted this as part of the bargain. But the couch gag, which opens nearly every episode with the family racing to their living room couch in some new and creative configuration, introduces another spatial problem that accumulates over the years. The living room in the couch gag varies in size. Sometimes it is a modest suburban room. Sometimes it appears large enough to contain a parade. The furniture changes position. The television set moves. The windows behind the couch, which face the backyard in establishing shots, sometimes appear to face a completely different direction in the gag sequences themselves. The television set in the living room has been, at various points in the series, a small boxy set from the 1980s, a larger widescreen set from the early 2000s, and then a flat-screen panel more consistent with contemporary technology. This is partly the floating timeline at work, but partly it is simply the art department updating the look of the room without reference to what came before. The couch itself has changed color. It has been rendered in slightly different shades of orange and brown across different seasons. The cushions have changed. The throw pillows have appeared and disappeared. The rug beneath it has shifted in pattern and color. None of this matters in any significant way to the experience of watching the show. But if you let your eyes relax and your attention drift, if you watch across seasons in close succession, the couch gag becomes a sort of meditation on impermanence. Nothing stays the same. Even the couch is different. Even the couch. The house is not the only location in Springfield that behaves this way. The nuclear power plant, Burns's facility, which is also visited frequently enough across the series that it ought to have a fixed layout, is similarly inconsistent. Homer's workstation in Sector 7G has moved. The control panel he sits in front of changes configuration between episodes. The layout of the floor he works on shifts depending on what a given episode requires. The break room at the plant, where Homer frequently eats donuts during what appear to be work hours, is sometimes adjacent to his workstation and sometimes apparently located in a completely different section of the building. The hallways that connect various parts of the plant rearrange themselves freely. Moe's Tavern is another example. The bar runs along the left side of the establishment in most episodes, with the stools and the main serving area on that side. In a handful of episodes, the layout appears to be reversed. The booth area, which features prominently in certain storylines, is sometimes in the back of the bar and sometimes in the front. The Springfield Elementary School cafeteria is a room whose dimensions appear to change depending on how many students the plot requires to be present. In some episodes, it is a cramped and slightly dingy space consistent with an underfunded public school. In others, it is large enough to host events that would strain a mid-sized convention center. Principal Skinner's office, where Bart spends a significant portion of his academic career facing disciplinary consequences, varies in its layout between episodes. The window behind Skinner's desk sometimes looks out onto the school grounds. In other episodes, the view from that window appears to be an interior hallway, which would be strange for an office with an exterior-facing window established elsewhere. Springfield's geography at the town level is even more interesting than its building interiors, because the show has been actively contradictory about it for decades and has treated each new contradiction as simply the next thing that happens. The gorge, which Homer falls into in several episodes and which appears to be located near the edge of town, changes position and apparent depth between appearances. In some episodes, it is a short drive from the Simpson house. In others, it appears to be a significant distance. The bottom of the gorge, which Homer has experienced from the inside on multiple occasions, appears to vary in detail from one visit to the next. The tire fire, which has been burning at the edge of Springfield for what appears to be the entire duration of the show, is located in different directions depending on which episode you are watching. Sometimes it is north of town, sometimes it is east. The glow from the fire, visible on the horizon in certain nighttime exterior shots, appears from different angles in different episodes. The elementary school, which should have a fixed relationship to the Simpson house given the number of times Bart has been shown walking or cycling to school, is in different directions depending on the episode. Sometimes the journey takes Bart past Moe's Tavern, sometimes past the Quickie Mart, sometimes through a residential area with no landmarks. The route has never been consistent. The Quickie Mart, run by Apu Nahasapi Mapedalon, is the shop where the Simpson family makes most of their convenience purchases and where Homer stops for approximately one-third of his impulse decisions. It is located on what appears to be the corner of two streets near the Simpson home. The specific streets have changed, the specific intersection has moved. The other buildings visible from the Quickie Mart parking lot are different in different episodes. These are not dramatic errors. These are the quiet, accumulating inconsistencies of a show that was built episode by episode, year by year, by different creative teams who inherited a world they were adding to rather than maintaining. The world grew in every direction simultaneously. It grew without a fixed map, without a definitive floor plan, without a geographic Bible strict enough to prevent the gorge from moving or the tire fire from changing direction. And the result is a Springfield that is, in some fundamental sense, different every time you visit it. The same place, but not quite the same place. Familiar, but never exactly repeatable. The character design inconsistencies in the early seasons are worth spending some time with because they reveal something interesting about the process by which the show found its visual identity. Homer Simpson in the first season looks noticeably different from Homer Simpson in later seasons. His face is slightly different. His eyes sit differently on his face. His body proportions shift. There is a quality to early Homer that feels slightly unfinished by the standards of the character design that would eventually solidify. He looks like a slightly rougher draft of the Homer we know from the show's peak years. Marge Simpson's hair, that famous blue tower that has become one of the most recognizable silhouettes in animated television history, behaves differently in early seasons than in later ones. In the first and second seasons, her hair is drawn in a way that is subtly inconsistent in its internal structure. The beehive shape changes height between episodes. The shade of blue is not perfectly consistent. These are small things, nearly invisible in normal viewing, but they are there. Bart's spiky hair, which is as iconic as Marge's tower, is drawn with different numbers of spikes in different early episodes. Some animators gave him more spikes, some gave him fewer. The number and arrangement of the spikes on Bart's head was not standardized until the show's style guide became more rigorous in later seasons. Lisa's hair presents a similar situation. The distinctive starfish-shaped hairstyle that Lisa has worn for 36 years is not perfectly consistent across early seasons. The number of points changes. The shape varies slightly. She appears as a slightly different Lisa depending on which early episode you are watching. Baby Maggie, who is perhaps the simplest of the main characters to draw given that she is mostly a round face attached to a blanket with feet, is nonetheless drawn differently across early episodes. Her size varies. Her face shape is subtly inconsistent. The design that would eventually define her is present in the early episodes but not yet locked. The voice acting in the very early episodes contains what are perhaps the most immediately noticeable deviations from the characters as they would come to be defined. Dan Castellaneta, who voices Homer, was still finding the character's vocal register in the first season. Early Homer sounds noticeably different from the Homer of seasons 3 through 8, which most fans consider the character's defining period. The voice is slightly higher. The cadence is slightly different. The particular rhythm of Homer's speech, the pauses, the inflections, the way certain words land with a specific weight had not fully crystallized. Nancy Cartwright, who voices Bart, was similarly in a period of exploration. Early Bart's voice is slightly different. Not dramatically so, but enough that watching first-season episodes after spending time with later seasons produces a mild cognitive dissonance that is hard to fully articulate. Julie Kavner's Marge was perhaps the most consistent from the beginning, since Marge's distinctive voice is partly the result of Kavner's own natural vocal qualities rather than a constructed character voice in the way Homer's and Bart's are. Yeardley Smith's Lisa was similarly consistent from early on, partly because Lisa's voice is also close to Smith's natural register. But the characters around the main family were less settled. The secondary characters of Springfield, the Flanders family, Principal Skinner, Chief Wiggum, Sideshow Bob, were voiced with varying degrees of consistency in the early seasons. Some of them were still being discovered. Hank Azaria's Chief Wiggum sounds noticeably different in early seasons compared to the Wiggum we know from the show's middle period. The voice settled into its definitive form gradually. The Flanders house, located immediately next door to the Simpson home at 742 Evergreen Terrace, has its own set of interior inconsistencies that mirror those of the house next door. Ned Flanders is established as a meticulous, orderly person. His home is consistently described and depicted as being better maintained than The Simpsons, which is not a particularly high bar but which the show treats as a meaningful character detail. And yet the interior of the Flanders house, when shown, has its own layout inconsistencies. The kitchen in the Flanders house moves. The bedrooms of Rod and Todd Flanders, Ned's two sons, are in different places in different episodes. The basement of the Flanders home, which is shown in episodes involving Ned's religious materials and his home improvement projects, appears to have different dimensions depending on what the plot requires. Ned's Bible collection, which is a running character detail established fairly early in the series, changes in apparent size and organization between episodes. In some episodes, it is a modest collection. In others, it appears to fill an entire room. Before we move further into the deeper layers of Springfield's inconsistencies, let's talk about something that grounds all of this in a specific, observable way. The show's character count, the number of named, recurring characters in Springfield, has grown across 36 seasons to a point that would make any continuity manager weep. By most fan counts, Springfield has somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 distinct named characters who have appeared at least once in the show's run. The core cast of recurring characters, the ones who appear regularly enough to have consistent designs, voices, and backstories, numbers well into the hundreds. Maintaining consistency across that many characters, across that many seasons, across that many individual episodes produced by rotating creative teams, is a project of almost impossible complexity, and the show has not managed it perfectly. It has not even managed it particularly well, in the strict sense of the word. What it has managed is something more interesting, a kind of comfortable inconsistency that the audience has learned to receive as part of the texture of Springfield rather than as errors to be corrected. That is the gift of the show's longevity. 36 years is long enough that the inconsistencies stop being mistakes and start being the record of a living, evolving fictional world. Springfield is inconsistent the way real places are inconsistent. Buildings appear and disappear. Neighborhoods change. Streets rearrange themselves. The show's errors, accumulated over decades, have begun to feel like urban history. Drop a comment right now. Where are you watching from and what time is it there? It's one of the best parts of making these videos, seeing you come from all over. And if you're new here, subscribe, because there are hours more of this to come and it only gets deeper. Homer Simpson has been employed at the Springfield nuclear power plant in Sector 7G as a safety inspector for the entirety of the show's run. That is the baseline. That is the fixed star around which everything else orbits. Homer works at the plant. He has always worked at the plant. He sits at his workstation. He pushes the correct button at the correct time or the wrong button at the wrong time. He eats a donut. He falls asleep. He earns a paycheck. This is his life. This is what he does. Except that Homer Simpson has also held by various fan counts conducted across multiple serious attempts to catalog every episode carefully, somewhere between 100 and 150 different jobs across the show's run. The exact number depends on how you define a job, whether a brief stint counts as a career, whether a day's work counts as employment, whether a freelance project or a one-time opportunity counts toward the total. But by any reasonable accounting, Homer Simpson has had more careers than most people have had meals, and almost none of them are ever referenced again after the episode in which they occur. This section is a slow, relaxed walk through the resume of a man who has somehow managed to be both the most employed and the most professionally static character in television history, and the mistakes and contradictions that arise when you try to hold all of that together at once. Homer's job at the nuclear power plant is itself not free of continuity errors, and these are worth examining first because they form the foundation from which all other employment-related inconsistencies radiate. Homer's job title is Safety Inspector. This is stated explicitly in numerous episodes. His job is to ensure the safe operation of the facility. He monitors systems, responds to warnings, and ostensibly prevents accidents. He is, at least on paper, a professional with a specific area of expertise and a defined set of responsibilities. Now here is the first problem. Homer's salary at the nuclear plant has been quoted at several different figures across the series, none of which are consistent with each other. In some episodes, Homer and Marge discuss their finances in ways that suggest Homer earns a modest but livable wage enough to support a family of 5 in a 2-story suburban home, cover basic expenses, and still have money left over for Homer's various obsessions. In other episodes, the family is described as genuinely struggling financially, with debts and overdue bills, and the kind of economic anxiety that would be difficult to maintain if Homer's salary were as comfortable as other episodes suggest. The inconsistency in Homer's pay is partly the floating timeline at work economic conditions change, and a show that spans 36 years is going to reflect multiple economic climates. But it is also partly that the writers needed Homer's financial situation to be whatever a given episode required. If the plot demanded financial crisis, Homer was underpaid. If the plot demanded relative comfort, Homer was paid adequately. The salary is a narrative tool rather than a fixed fact. Homer's specific benefits package at the plant has also been inconsistently portrayed. His health insurance, which matters enormously in various episodes involving hospital visits and medical treatments, has been described as both comprehensive and nearly worthless depending on what the story needed. In episodes built around the cost of healthcare, Homer's insurance is inadequate. In episodes where the family receives extensive medical treatment without financial crisis, the insurance appears to cover everything. His pension and retirement benefits are similarly variable. Episodes that involve Homer worrying about his financial future imply an inadequate retirement plan. Episodes that don't address this topic don't address this topic. But now let's move to the jobs themselves, because this is where the show becomes something genuinely extraordinary in its casualness about professional credibility. In the episode Homer's Odyssey, which aired in the show's first season, Homer is actually fired from the power plant for causing a dangerous accident. He subsequently finds purpose as a safety activist, then ultimately gets his job back at the plant when Burns agrees to rehire him after Homer saves Burns's life. This is notable because it is one of the earliest established cases of Homer losing and regaining his plant job, a pattern that will repeat with startling frequency throughout the series. The Simpsons is perhaps unique in television history as a show where the main character's primary employment can end and restart so many times without the audience losing track of what his actual situation is. Homer gets fired, Homer gets rehired, Homer gets fired again. This cycle repeats across seasons. Each firing is treated as a significant plot event. Each rehiring is treated as a resolution. And yet when the next episode begins, Homer is back at his workstation as if the cycle never happened. The explanation for why Burns always takes Homer back, despite the fact that Homer is demonstrably one of the worst employees in the history of nuclear power, is actually addressed in the series through the deal between Burns and Grandpa Simpson that was mentioned in our reference transcript. Burns is contractually obligated to keep Homer employed. This is canon. This is established fact within the show's own universe. But here is the continuity problem. The episode that establishes this deal comes significantly later in the series. For the many seasons of Homer being fired and rehired before that explanation existed, no reason was given. Homer just kept getting his job back, because the plot needed him to have his job back, and the show had not yet invented the mechanism that would explain why that kept happening. The deal with Grandpa is retroactive continuity, a piece of information introduced late in the show's run that is supposed to explain something that happened throughout the show's earlier run. It works, in a loose narrative sense. It provides a reason, but the reason was not present when the events it explains were occurring, and there are smaller internal inconsistencies in how the deal has been described in different episodes that make it less clean as an explanation than it might initially appear. Homer's external employment history is the real spectacle, and it deserves to be approached slowly and with the appropriate sense of wonder. In various episodes across the series, Homer Simpson has worked as, or pursued careers as, a bowling alley employee during a period when he becomes so skilled at bowling that he nearly goes professional. This episode, and the specific physical skills Homer demonstrates in it, are never referenced again. Homer does not bowl professionally. He does not even bowl particularly well in subsequent episodes. A food critic, during which he develops a genuine palate and begins writing reviews for a local publication. His expertise as a food critic is never referenced in episodes where food knowledge would be relevant. A monorail conductor, following a memorable episode in which Springfield purchases a monorail and Homer is trained to operate it. His qualification as a trained monorail conductor has never come up again, in any episode, across any subsequent season. A missionary, following an episode in which Homer spends time living among a South Pacific island community. His experiences in the episode have no lasting effect on his worldview or his spiritual life, despite the episode treating them as potentially transformative. A country music manager, following an episode involving the show's country music storyline. His knowledge of the music industry, demonstrated in that episode, evaporates before the next episode begins. A marine biologist, following an episode in which Homer becomes credentialed in that field through a set of circumstances that the show presents as legitimate within its own universe. His credentials are never mentioned again. A carny, following an episode in which Homer works at a traveling carnival. His skills and knowledge from that episode are not referenced in subsequent stories. A bodyguard, when Homer becomes the personal security detail for a famous musician. His experience as a trained bodyguard and the professional relationships he develops in that episode do not persist. A beer baron, following an episode in which Homer becomes a significant figure in Springfield's underground brewing economy. He is not a beer baron in any subsequent episode. A sugar dealer, following an episode in which Homer establishes himself as a significant supplier of sugar during a period of municipal scarcity. He is not a sugar dealer in subsequent episodes. A paparazzo, when Homer becomes a tabloid photographer, his photography skills and industry connections do not persist. A trucker, following a storyline in which Homer obtains a commercial driver's license and begins operating long-haul vehicles. He is not a trucker in subsequent episodes. A soldier, briefly, following an episode involving military service. His military training does not affect his behavior in subsequent situations where it would be relevant. A police officer, following an episode in which Homer joins the Springfield Police Department. His law enforcement credentials, his relationships with police colleagues, and his knowledge of police procedure are not referenced in subsequent episodes where they would be useful. A boxer, following a storyline in which Homer becomes a professional fighter. His boxing skills and professional record are not referenced again. An astronaut, following an episode in which Homer goes to space aboard the space shuttle. His training as an astronaut, his experience of spaceflight, and his relationships with NASA personnel are not carried forward. A hurricane researcher, a snowplow operator, an ice cream truck driver, a professional gambler, a massage therapist, a newspaper editor, a fitness trainer, a safety advocate, an inventor, an entrepreneur of various kinds across various episodes. The list goes on, and in each case the professional skills acquired and the relationships developed disappear cleanly between episodes. Now, there is an easy explanation for all of this, and it is the one that most people reach for when this pattern is pointed out. The Simpsons is an episodic sitcom, and episodic sitcoms reset between episodes. The characters do not carry their experiences forward because carrying experiences forward would make the show something other than what it is. This is true. This is a fair and accurate description of how episodic television works. But the mistake-adjacent dimension of Homer's employment history is not simply that he forgets his skills between episodes. The mistake dimension is that the show sometimes appears to forget that Homer has had a given job at all, in episodes where that job would have been directly, specifically relevant. Consider, Homer has been established as a trained astronaut, not in a metaphorical sense, not in a fantasy sequence. The show depicts Homer going through NASA training, qualifying for spaceflight, and successfully completing a mission aboard the space shuttle, alongside actual astronaut Buzz Aldrin. This happens in the show's universe. It is canonical. In subsequent episodes where space travel, aerospace engineering, or NASA-adjacent topics come up, Homer's background as an astronaut is almost never acknowledged. There are episodes where characters discuss space exploration with genuine excitement, treating it as something far removed from their everyday experience, while Homer, who has actually been to space, sits in the room and does not mention this. The oversight is sometimes funny, sometimes it is simply invisible, but it is there. Homer has been established as a trained monorail operator. Springfield has, on at least one occasion, been in the market for public transportation solutions. In discussions of Springfield's transit options in subsequent episodes, Homer's qualification as a trained conductor is not mentioned. Homer has significant experience in food service, food criticism, and culinary production. When food-related plots arise in later episodes and the characters need expertise they do not appear to have, Homer's relevant background is not called upon. This is not simply episodic reset. This is a pattern of the show forgetting or declining to use information it has established. The distinction matters because it creates a specific kind of internal inconsistency. Homer is presented as incompetent in areas where earlier episodes have shown him to be quite competent, and the earlier competence is never addressed. The professional credentialing question is interesting in its own right. How does Homer repeatedly obtain the qualifications necessary to hold these positions? An astronaut must pass an extraordinarily rigorous selection and training process. A police officer must meet specific legal and physical requirements. A boxing license requires medical clearance and professional oversight. A commercial driver's license requires examination and demonstrated competence. How does Homer, a man with an established IQ of 55 and a documented history of professional failure, repeatedly pass these requirements? The show addresses this directly in some episodes and ignores it entirely in others. In the NASA episode, there is a comedic explanation for why Homer was selected. He is, in some sense, the wrong person for the job in a way that paradoxically makes him the right person for this particular mission. The show earns its way through that specific case. In other cases, Homer simply has the job. He is a carny because he joined a carnival. He is a food critic because he wrote a review. He is a beer baron because he produced beer and sold it. The credentialing question does not arise because the show does not raise it. But across the full sweep of Homer's employment history, there is a persistent credibility gap. The man who cannot consistently remember the name of his own employer somehow acquires and loses professional expertise with the ease of someone changing a shirt. There is another layer to Homer's employment history that the show rarely acknowledges but which accumulates into something significant across seasons. The number of times Homer has been fired from the nuclear plant specifically, for causes specific enough that they ought to have permanent consequences. Homer has been fired from the plant for sleeping on the job, causing nuclear incidents, deliberately sabotaging operations, failing safety inspections, being absent without leave, insubordination, gross negligence, creating a public health hazard, and combinations of the above across multiple specific episodes. Each firing is treated as a dramatic event within the episode in which it occurs. The plant's safety record, the regulatory environment, the consequences of Homer's specific failures, these are all discussed within the episode as if they are significant. And then Homer returns to work. In the real world, certain of Homer's documented failures at the plant would result not just in termination but in serious legal and professional consequences. A safety inspector who causes a nuclear incident does not typically get rehired after that incident. The regulatory agencies that oversee nuclear facilities have opinions about this. The show has depicted federal regulatory agencies taking interest in the Springfield plant on multiple occasions, and yet the outcome of those regulatory interventions is never a permanent change in Homer's employment status. The Grandpa deal explains the rehiring. It does not explain the regulatory silence. It does not explain how Homer has caused nuclear incidents without the plant losing its operating license. It does not explain how a facility with documented safety violations, 342 of them, as established, continues to operate without meaningful federal intervention. These are not exactly mistakes in the traditional sense. They are the accumulated consequences of a show that needed Homer to keep working at a specific location across hundreds of episodes, and that built the stories it needed around that requirement without always making sure the scaffolding was consistent. Barney Gumble, Homer's oldest friend, has his own employment history that deserves a brief mention in this context because it contains one of the more charming continuity miscalculations in the series. Barney is established early in the show as Homer's drinking companion and one of the core social groups centered on Moe's Tavern. He is a consistent presence in the background of Springfield, always at the bar, always with a beer, always ready to contribute a belch or a piece of cheerful irrelevance to whatever situation the main characters are navigating. Then, in Season 11, an episode reveals that Barney is actually an extraordinarily talented helicopter pilot. He is, within the context of the episode, depicted as genuinely skilled at this, not in a jokey, one-note way, but in a way that suggests genuine aptitude and professional potential. The episode treats this as a significant revelation about a character who has been presented as professionally adrift for a decade of television time. In a subsequent episode, Barney achieves sobriety and begins to explore this potential more fully. His path as a recovering alcoholic with genuine professional skills becomes a meaningful story thread. And then gradually, this thread dissolves. Barney's sobriety does not persist across subsequent seasons in a consistent way. His piloting skills, so prominently featured in the episodes that introduced them, become less relevant. The Barney who appeared in later seasons is often functionally the same Barney who appeared before the sobriety episodes drinking at Moe's, contributing to the background of Homer's social world, without reference to the trajectory that the show had appeared to launch him on. This is not a mistake in the animation sense. This is a narrative continuity error. The show established a direction for a character and then did not follow it. Barney's potential as a reformed, skilled, professionally capable individual was introduced and then quietly returned to the shelf where it had not previously been. Carl Carlson and Lenny Leonard, Homer's two primary workplace friends, have perhaps the most extraordinary hidden complexity in the show's supporting cast, and their handling across seasons creates its own category of gentle confusion. Lenny and Carl are Homer's colleagues at the power plant. They are fixtures of the Moe's Tavern social group. They are warm, pleasant, consistent background presences who have been part of the show's fabric since the earliest seasons. They are in many ways the perfect supporting characters, reliably present, reliably entertaining, reliably not requiring too much explanation. And yet, Lenny Leonard has a master's degree. This is established in at least one episode. A master's degree in a character who is portrayed in the general run of episodes as a working-class nuclear plant employee without any particular academic distinction. The degree is mentioned, creates a small comedic beat, and is never referenced again. Carl Carlson has a doctorate, an actual doctorate. This is also established in at least one episode. Carl, who works alongside Homer and Lenny in what appears to be a relatively entry-level position at the plant, holds a terminal academic degree. This fact is treated as a throwaway gag in the episode where it appears, and is not referenced again in any episode where Carl's educational background might be relevant. The academic credentials of Homer's workplace friends create a small but persistent logical problem. Two of the men sitting with Homer in the break room eating donuts hold advanced degrees. Neither of them has used these degrees in any professionally meaningful way in the show's universe. Their educational qualifications hang in the continuity like unanswered questions. Why did the writers introduce these details if they were never going to do anything with them? Did different writers add these credentials in different episodes, without awareness of what had been established? Were these intended to be ongoing character threads that simply never developed? The answer is almost certainly the last of those options. The show has a long history of introducing character details in single episodes that were meant to be the beginning of something, and instead became the entirety of something. Sideshow Bob Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. is perhaps the most dramatically inconsistent of Springfield's recurring supporting characters, and his inconsistencies are worth noting here because they span both his professional and personal biography in ways that accumulate across his many appearances. Bob is introduced as Krusty the Clown's sidekick, a position he has apparently held for some years before the show begins. He is then revealed to be a criminal mastermind, convicted of framing Krusty for armed robbery. He goes to prison. He escapes, or is paroled, on multiple occasions. He attempts to murder Bart Simpson a very large number of times across a very large number of episodes. He is consistently portrayed as one of the most intelligent characters in Springfield, a man with genuine cultural sophistication, theatrical training, and academic credentials, operating in a town of people significantly less mentally equipped than he is. Bob's voice, provided by Kelsey Grammer, is one of the most distinctive in the show's history. His character is one of the most carefully drawn recurring antagonists in animated television. And yet Bob's biography contains multiple inconsistencies that arise from the show's episodic nature and its habit of introducing backstory elements without rigorous reference to what has come before. Bob's family history, introduced in later episodes, creates some retroactive complexity. His father, his brother Cecil, the entire Terwilliger family background. These elements add texture to the character but do not always sit entirely smoothly with what was established in his earlier appearances. His romantic history is similarly complicated. Bob's relationships across his many episodes of incarceration, escape, and attempted murder do not always hang together into a single coherent biographical narrative. The show's handling of Apu Nahasapiamapatilon's background is another area where professional and personal details were introduced across seasons without perfect consistency. Apu is established as the proprietor of the Quick E-Mart. He is, in most episodes, a dedicated small business owner whose life is defined by his work. He works extraordinary hours. He lives at or near the store. The store is his world. And yet Apu has a doctorate in computer science from a prestigious American university. This is established in at least one episode. The doctorate-holding convenience store operator is a specific type of American immigrant story that the show engages with briefly and then mostly sets aside. Apu's education is not irrelevant to his character, but it is also not consistently part of how the show presents him. Apu's marriage to Manjula and the subsequent birth of octuplets is one of the show's more ambitious supporting character storylines across the seasons where it unfolds. The octuplets are introduced as a major event in Apu's life. They create storylines. They require significant space in the episodes that feature them, and then, gradually, they recede. The 8 children are not consistently present in Apu's life in subsequent episodes. The practical realities of raising 8 children simultaneously, which the show engaged with briefly when the children were first born, are not sustained across the long haul of seasons that followed. Homer's relationship with his bosses provides one more category of employment-related inconsistency worth noting before we move to the next section. Mr. Burns is Homer's primary boss. This is the central professional relationship of Homer's working life. Burns cannot remember Homer's name. This is a recurring gag, established early in the series and returned to many times across decades. Burns calls Homer by wrong names, by vague designations, by roundabout descriptions. He simply cannot fix the name Homer Simpson in his memory, despite Homer's frequent presence in his office and his documented history of causing incidents significant enough to require the CEO's personal attention. Except when the plot requires Burns to know Homer's name. In episodes where Burns must address Homer directly and specifically, where using the wrong name would create narrative problems, Burns uses Homer's correct name. This is done without fanfare. The gag is simply set aside in those moments. This is not a mistake in the traditional sense. It is a narrative convenience, deployed when needed and ignored when not needed. But across the full run of the show, it creates a small, persistent inconsistency in one of the series' most famous character dynamics. Burns' relationship with Smithers, who serves as his assistant, advisor, and life support, is one of the most consistent in the show. But even that relationship has moments of inconsistency, moments where Burns treats Smithers in ways that contradict established dynamics, or where Smithers' knowledge of Burns' habits and needs seems to reset to a lower baseline than previous episodes established. Homer has, across the course of the series, had approximately 47 car accidents of varying severity. He has driven into Flanders' fence, into various bodies of water, through walls, off cliffs, and into a sufficient number of other vehicles and fixed objects that his driving record, if such a thing were maintained consistently within the show's universe, would represent one of the most extraordinary accumulations of vehicular incidents in the history of licensed transportation. His car has been destroyed, it has been repossessed, it has been confiscated, it has been totaled in accidents serious enough that replacement would be necessary. And yet the same car, a pink family sedan, rendered in slightly varying shades of pink and with slightly varying details across seasons, appears reliably in the family driveway at the beginning of the next episode. The show has addressed the car's recurring miraculous survival in a handful of episodes by simply having Homer acquire a new car under specific circumstances. But these new car episodes do not consistently track. The car Homer is shown to have acquired in one episode is not always the car that appears in subsequent episodes. The family's automotive situation is, like the house's interior, a living fiction rather than a fixed continuity. The floating timeline is the show's most famous and most discussed structural feature. The characters do not age. The present is always the present. What was true of Homer and Marge's past in 1989 is not necessarily true of their past in 2025, because their past has been quietly rewritten to fit a continuously advancing present. This section is a slow and detailed examination of the specific ways that rewriting has happened, the contradictions it has created, and the moments where the floating timeline has collided with itself in ways that produce specific, documented inconsistencies worth sitting with. Homer Simpson's birth year is one of the most fluid facts in the show's universe. In the early seasons, Homer is established as being in his late 30s. His birth year, based on events referenced in early episodes, places him in the late 1940s or early 1950s. This would make him a baby boomer, a member of the generation that grew up in post-war suburban America, came of age during the cultural upheavals of the 1960s, and entered the workforce during the 1970s. This timeline fit the show as it was originally conceived. Homer's parents Marge and Abe were members of what Tom Brokaw called the Greatest Generation. Abe fought in the Second World War. Homer grew up in the kind of suburban America that emerged from post-war prosperity. Homer met Marge in high school during the late 1970s. They had Bart before getting married. They settled into their suburban life in Springfield with the casual economic optimism of early Reagan-era America. This version of Homer's biography is coherent, it holds together, it makes chronological sense, and it has been largely dismantled across subsequent seasons. Because if Homer is in his late 30s in 2025, he was born in the late 1980s, which means he did not grow up in post-war suburban America. He did not experience the 1960s counterculture, or at least not as anything other than a very young child. He did not come of age in the 1970s. He met Marge in high school during the mid-2000s, which means their high school experience was defined by early social media, post-90s pop culture, and a completely different American landscape than the one the show originally depicted. The flashback episodes that show Homer and Marge's courtship and early relationship are among the most clearly problematic in this regard. Several different versions of this story have been told across the show's run. The earliest version, told in episodes from the first few seasons, places Homer and Marge's courtship in the late 1970s and early 1980s. The details are specific: the music, the fashion, the cultural references, the specific model of car they drive on their first date, the specific events they attend together. All of these are grounded in a particular era with period-appropriate specificity. A later version, told in episodes from the show's middle seasons, shifts the time frame. The same basic story: boy meets girl, they fall in love, complications ensue, they end up together, is told with details that belong to the 1980s rather than the late 1970s. The music changes, the fashion changes, the cultural references update. Then the story is told again, in still later seasons, with details that belong to the early 1990s, and then again, with details from the late 1990s and early 2000s. Each retelling is internally consistent with its own details. Each is inconsistent with all the others. The show has told the story of how Homer and Marge fell in love at least 4 times, and no two versions agree on when it happened. Abe Simpson's war record is a particularly rich area of timeline confusion, because Abe is a character defined by his past and by his tendency to tell stories about it. Abe is established as a Second World War veteran. This is one of his most fundamental character traits. He was there. He fought. He has opinions about it. He references specific battles, specific experiences, specific moments from the war that shaped him, and that he remains connected to decades later. Now here's the problem. If the floating timeline places Homer's birth in the late 1980s, and if Abe is Homer's father, Abe cannot have served in the Second World War. The Second World War ended in 1945. A man whose son was born in the late 1980s would have needed to be a young soldier in 1945, roughly 15 to 20 years old, to serve in that conflict. He would then have been in his mid-40s to early 50s when Homer was born, which is possible but would create its own timeline problems for subsequent generational calculations. The show does not deal with this arithmetic very cleanly. Abe is old. Abe is very old. He is in what appears to be his 80s or 90s in current episodes. He was born in a time period that the show sometimes places in the early 1900s and sometimes places later, depending on what a given flashback episode requires. Abe's war stories are specific. He has described specific battles, specific units, specific moments of heroism and cowardice and fear that belong unambiguously to the Second World War. But as the floating timeline has advanced the show's present into the 21st century and beyond, the math of when Abe was born, when he served, and when he fathered Homer has become increasingly difficult to resolve without contradiction. The show has not particularly tried to resolve it. Abe is old. He was in the war. These are the things that matter about Abe, and the specific arithmetic that connects them is left as an exercise for the audience. Grandpa's war record contains one of the more specific and noted continuity errors in the show's history: the shifting identity of his regiment and role during the Second World War. In one episode, Abe describes himself as having fought in what he calls a specific named unit, under specific conditions, in specific European theaters of the war. The details are presented as meaningful. This is who Abe was, this is what he did, this is the military identity that shaped the rest of his life. In subsequent episodes, different details emerge. Abe's unit changes. His role changes. He describes himself as having served in different circumstances. In one episode, he appears to have been primarily stationed in the Pacific Theater. In another, his service is clearly European. In a third, details emerge that suggest a role that does not quite fit either of the previous descriptions. These are not enormous discrepancies. Abe tells his war stories the way old men tell their war stories, with enthusiasm and detail that sometimes outstrips strict factual accuracy. The show could argue that Abe is an unreliable narrator of his own past, and that his shifting war stories are a character detail rather than a continuity error. But the show does not make that argument. It presents each new version of Abe's war record as true. The different versions sit in the show's continuity as contradictory truths, each valid within the episode that contains it and inconsistent with the others. Marge Simpson has a birth year that is similarly subject to the floating timeline's pressures, but her biography also contains some specific inconsistencies that arise independently of the aging question. Marge's childhood is depicted in flashback episodes as occurring in a specific kind of 1950s and 1960s suburbia. She has sisters Patty and Selma who are twins, and all three Bouvier sisters are shown growing up in a family home with specific period details that place their childhood in a particular cultural moment. When the floating timeline advances the show's present, Marge's childhood must also advance, meaning the specific period details of the flashbacks become inaccurate. The 1950s kitchen appliances, the era-specific family car, the period-appropriate neighborhood, these details become historically impossible if Marge is supposed to be in her mid-30s in 2025. Marge's relationship with her mother, Jacqueline Bouvier, creates its own small timeline problems. Jacqueline is depicted as an older woman appropriately aged to be the mother of adult women in current-day episodes. But if Marge was born in the late 1980s, Jacqueline would need to be considerably younger than she appears, or would have had her children unusually late in life. Marge's father, Clancy Bouvier, who appears in some early episodes and is referenced in others, creates similar arithmetic complications. Bart Simpson's birth is one of the most specific events in the show's established continuity, and it is also one of the most frequently disrupted by the floating timeline. The episode I Married Marge, which aired in Season 3, tells the story of Homer and Marge's courtship and marriage in detail. It establishes specific events. Homer and Marge's relationship develops. Marge becomes pregnant with Bart, they marry hastily, and the specific circumstances of this early period of their relationship are shown with particular care. The episode places these events in a specific time period, the early 1980s, consistent with Homer and Marge being in their late teens or early 20s at the time, and subsequently being in their mid-30s during the show's present day in the early 90s. Subsequent episodes have retold aspects of this story with details that place the events in different decades. The specific year of Bart's birth has been implied differently in different episodes. In some episodes, details suggest Bart was born in the early 1980s. In others, contextual clues place his birth significantly later. There is an episode, The Way We Was, Season 2, that tells the story of Homer and Marge's first meeting in high school in 1974. This is a specific year, with specific period details, and the episode is one of the show's most celebrated early character pieces. It is also, by now, more than 50 years before the show's current present, which would make Homer and Marge in their 60s or 70s in current-day Springfield, which they are not. The show knows this. The show has simply decided that the 1974 detail is part of the show's mythology rather than a strict historical fact to be maintained. The year is treated as approximate, as representative, as true in spirit rather than in arithmetic. Lisa Simpson's birth, coming after Bart's, is similarly subject to floating timeline pressure, but Lisa's specific case creates a particular kind of continuity poignancy that the show has occasionally engaged with directly. Lisa is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. She is in second grade, not third grade, not fourth grade. Second grade. Her teacher, Miss Hoover, has been her second grade teacher for 36 years. The emotional implications of this are genuinely strange, if you let yourself think about them. Lisa is the character who most clearly suffers from the floating timeline, because her specific situation, a brilliant child stuck in a school year that never advances, is the most viscerally cruel expression of the show's inability to let its characters grow. The one episode that ages Lisa, Lisa's Wedding from Season 6, depicts her as a 23-year-old woman in what was then a near-future setting. That episode is full of small continuity touches, callbacks to her childhood, references to how she developed, glimpses of who she became that make her adult self feel earned and real. And then she returns to being 8. Lisa's academic achievements within the context of second grade are, across 36 years, staggering. She has read more books, won more awards, led more campaigns, and engaged with more complex intellectual material than any real second grader in the history of education. The show presents this as a character trait. The accumulation of it, across 3.5 decades, makes Lisa's situation feel like something slightly different. A child who has had every experience and gone nowhere. Maggie Simpson has been alive for 1 year for 36 years. She is 1 year old. She has always been 1 year old. She will, presumably, always be 1 year old. This is not a continuity error so much as a structural choice, but the structural choice creates its own set of small inconsistencies. Maggie's development, or rather, her complete lack of development, must be actively maintained across hundreds of episodes. She must never learn to walk reliably, never speak in full sentences, never reach the developmental milestones that a real 1-year-old would reach within months. And the show has not always maintained this perfectly. Maggie's level of apparent development varies between episodes. In some, she seems very close to the developmental stage of a very young infant. In others, her problem-solving abilities, her apparent understanding of complex situations, and her capacity for planned action suggest a child significantly older than 1 year. The show leans into this inconsistency in certain episodes, the ones that make Maggie's hidden genius a plot point. But in episodes that require Maggie to be a straightforward 1-year-old baby, she is that. And in episodes that require her to be something more, she is that too. The inconsistency is purposeful, but it is still an inconsistency. The Simpsons extended family creates its own timeline complications that accumulate across seasons. Homer's cousins, aunts, and uncles have appeared sporadically throughout the series, with backstories that do not always sit smoothly with each other. The Simpsons family tree, as revealed across various episodes, is a document full of ambiguities, retroactive additions, and small contradictions. Marge's sisters, Patty and Selma Bouvier, are twin sisters, established early in the show and consistently present throughout. They are, in most episodes, Marge's older twin sisters, but their age relative to Marge has been described inconsistently. In some episodes, the difference in age between Marge and her sisters is small enough to be nearly negligible. In others, Patty and Selma seem meaningfully older. In specific flashback episodes, the age dynamics of the 3 Bouvier sisters in childhood do not always produce arithmetic that works cleanly with what subsequent episodes have established. Selma's romantic history is one of the show's more ambitious ongoing threads for a supporting character. Her many marriages, her adoption of a child, her ongoing search for a romantic partner, these storylines develop across many seasons and are among the show's more consistent, ongoing supporting threads. And yet, even within this relatively well-maintained thread, specific details about Selma's marriages, the order of them, the specific circumstances of their endings, the characteristics of specific husbands have been rendered slightly differently in different episodes. The Springfield Elementary School itself presents timeline problems that are worth noting. The school was founded at some point in Springfield's past. Various episodes have depicted its founding, its history, and its evolution across the town's development. And these depictions do not all agree. The specific year the school was founded has been given differently in different episodes. The specific circumstances of its founding, the land, the original buildings, the early faculty have been described in ways that are not internally consistent. The school's historical records, when they appear as plot elements, contain details that conflict with information established in other episodes. Principal Skinner's tenure, or rather, Armin Tamzarian's tenure, began at a specific point, but the specific year of that beginning has been implied differently in different episodes. Groundskeeper Willie's history at the school is similarly variable. Willie has been at the school for a long time. How long has been implied differently in different episodes? His origin story, why he is in Springfield, where he came from, what brought him to his position as groundskeeper, has been told in at least 2 versions across the series that do not fully agree. The town of Springfield itself has a founding history that the show has returned to several times, and each return has produced slightly different information. Springfield was founded by Jebediah Springfield, a historical figure the show has explored in episodes that are among its most celebrated. The Jebediah Springfield mythology, the Simpsons equivalent of George Washington and the cherry tree, a civic founding myth that may or may not be accurate, is one of the show's most thoughtfully developed pieces of historical world-building. And yet the specific details of Jebediah Springfield's biography have been given differently across the episodes that address it. His age at the time of founding, the specific year of founding, the specific route taken to the town's eventual location, these vary. The show has also established that the official history of Jebediah Springfield is at least partly fabricated, which gives it retroactive license to be inconsistent, but the inconsistency predates the revelation of fabrication. Springfield's subsequent history, the development of the town through the 19th and 20th centuries, the establishment of its various institutions, the growth of its population has been depicted in ways that do not always agree with each other. Specific events in Springfield's past, referenced in passing in various episodes, sometimes contradict the established timeline. If the timeline of the Simpson family is subject to revision, the backstories of the supporting characters of Springfield are subject to something considerably more dramatic: complete rewriting. Not the gradual drift of a floating timeline, but the sudden introduction of new biographical information that contradicts what was previously established, delivered without acknowledgement of the contradiction. This section is about those rewrites, the characters who became different people in the middle of the show's run, the revelations that created retroactive inconsistency, the backstories that cannot coexist. Mr. Burns is the character whose biography is most dramatically inconsistent across the show's run, and this inconsistency is perhaps justified by the fact that Burns is supposed to be so old that his history spans too long a period to maintain cleanly. Burns has been established as being extraordinarily old, very old enough that his birth year, in strict canonical terms, would place him in the 19th century, old enough that his personal memories span more than a century of American and world history, old enough that the specific details of his past life and career have accumulated across dozens of episodes into a body of biographical information that does not entirely agree with itself. Burns's age has been given, or implied, at various points in the series. The numbers are not consistent. In some episodes, specific biographical details place his birth in the 1870s or 1880s. In others, the same character makes references that would push his birth date back even further. In still others, details emerge that would require him to have been born significantly later than either of those windows. Burns's Yale education is one of the more specifically established biographical details. He attended Yale. He has expressed Yale affiliation and Yale-connected memories across multiple episodes. The period of his Yale attendance is not precisely fixed, but various contextual details suggest it occurred in the early to mid-20th century, which is consistent with his apparent age in those episodes. His Second World War service is another fixed biographical point. Burns served in the war, in a role that was morally questionable at best, and he has referenced this service in ways that are specific enough to constitute established canon. This service occurred in the 1940s, which is consistent with a birth year in the late 19th century. But then other episodes introduce details that do not sit so neatly. Specific events Burns references from his personal history meetings with historical figures, participation in historical events, create a biographical timeline that is difficult to reconcile with a single consistent birth year. The show has given us too much history for Burns, and the history does not all point to the same origin. Burns's relationship with Smithers contains one of the show's more noted and discussed continuity errors: the matter of Smithers's racial appearance. In Homer's Odyssey, the episode from Season 1 in which Smithers makes his first significant appearance, he is animated with brown skin. The context of the scene, and the later establishment of Smithers as a white man with a specific appearance, has led to some discussion about whether this was an error, a coloring mistake, or an intentional choice that was subsequently reversed. The production history suggests it was likely an animation error, with the character's skin color not yet standardized in the show's early period. In all subsequent appearances, Smithers has the appearance that the show treats as canonical, the look the audience has known for 35 of the show's 36 years. The single brown-skinned Smithers from Season 1 is an outlier, a single episode that sits in the show's past as a small, documented inconsistency that the production has never formally addressed. This is, in strict terms, not a backstory rewrite. It is an animation error, but it sits in the continuity in a way that makes it worth noting. Burns's mother is another area of biographical inconsistency. She appears in at least one episode, very old, impossibly old. The show presents it as a joke and alive during the show's present day. If Burns is himself extraordinarily old, his mother being alive and even older is played as absurdist comedy. The details around Burns's family of origin are sparse enough across episodes that they create only vague, rather than specific contradictions. But the mother's appearance establishes a family dynamic that subsequent episodes sometimes honor and sometimes simply do not engage with. Ned Flanders' backstory, particularly the revelation of his childhood and behavioral conditioning, is one of the show's more significant character revelations and creates a genuine retroactive complication. For the show's first several seasons, Ned Flanders is presented as a character whose niceness is simply who he is. He is a Christian man of deep and sincere faith. He is generous, patient, forgiving. He is, to use the show's own framing, the perfect neighbor whom Homer resents precisely because of how good he is. The revelation in the Season 8 episode Hurricane Nettie that Ned's niceness is not natural but the result of intensive behavioral conditioning is presented as a significant character revelation, the key that unlocks the secret of who this man really is and why he behaves as he does. But the revelation creates a retroactive problem. If Ned's kindness is the result of psychological conditioning, then every previous episode in which his kindness was presented as natural, as spiritual, as a genuine expression of character, is now slightly different in meaning. The show does not re-examine those episodes. It does not ask the viewer to reconsider what Ned's patience and generosity meant in earlier seasons now that we know their true origin. The revelation is introduced, it informs subsequent episodes to a degree, and then it is treated as established background, rather than an active element of his characterization. The conditioning itself raises questions about the show's subsequent handling of Ned. If his rage is suppressed rather than absent, if the psychological mechanism that keeps him kind is artificial rather than natural, then episodes in subsequent seasons where Ned is simply kind in the uncomplicated way of the first 7 seasons are doing something slightly inconsistent with the revelation. They are presenting a conditioned behavior as natural behavior. They are showing us the mask without acknowledging that it is a mask. Ned's wife, Maud Flanders, died in the Season 11 episode Alone Again, Natura Diddley, when a t-shirt cannon accident at the Springfield Speedway resulted in her death. This death was not a dream sequence. It was not a Treehouse of Horror episode. It was a canonical, regular episode death of a significant supporting character, and it happened because the voice actress who performed the character, Maggie Roswell, had left the show over a pay dispute. The handling of Maud's death in subsequent episodes has been notably inconsistent. In some episodes, references to Maud are treated with genuine weight. Ned's loss is real, his grief is present, her absence shapes the episode's emotional landscape. In other episodes, Maud is mentioned or referenced in ways that seem slightly casual given the permanence of her loss. In still others, Maud simply does not come up, even in episodes where her presence would naturally be invoked. Ned's subsequent romantic life, his various relationships, and his eventual marriage to Edna Krabappel, Bart's teacher, develops across later seasons. His marriage to Edna is particularly notable because it represents a significant life change for both characters. And the handling of that marriage, and of Edna's subsequent death, which was also canonical, following the real-world death of the actress Marcia Wallace, has its own small inconsistencies in how it has been referenced and acknowledged in subsequent seasons. Mo Sislak, the bartender, has perhaps the most dramatically inconsistent biography of any recurring Springfield character, because the show has revisited and rewritten his origin story multiple times in ways that are explicitly contradictory. Mo is established early in the show as the operator of Mo's Tavern, Homer's local bar, and one of the show's most important recurring locations. He is gruff, melancholy, deeply lonely, and possessed of a particular kind of dark humor about his own situation. He is not a happy man. He is, in most episodes, clearly not a happy man. But he is present, reliable, and in his way deeply fond of the group of regular customers who constitute his social world. Moe's background has been given differently in different episodes, and the different versions are not compatible with each other. In one episode, Moe is revealed to have been a child actor who played a popular character on a children's television program. This is a specific, detailed revelation with particular named show and character details. It is treated as meaningful backstory, the key to understanding something about Moe that was not previously apparent. In other episodes, Moe's childhood is shown in flashback and contains details that are inconsistent with the child actor revelation. His family background, his geographic origin, the circumstances of his early life, these have been depicted differently in different episodes. Moe's nationality and ethnic background has been implied differently in different episodes. He has been connected to different national backgrounds across various stories. The details do not produce a single coherent picture of Moe's ancestry. Moe's history as a boxer, which is established in certain episodes, gives him a professional past that exists in some tension with the bar owning present as established in other episodes. When did the boxing career happen? How does it fit into the rest of the timeline? The show has not connected these pieces with particular care. Krusty the Clown Herschel Krustofsky is another character whose biography has been revisited and revised across the show's run. Krusty's relationship with his father, Rabbi Hyman Krustofsky, voiced by Jackie Mason, is one of the show's recurring sentimental threads. The estrangement between Krusty and his father, and the eventual reconciliation in the Season 3 episode, Like Father, Like Clown, is one of the earlier celebrated examples of the show achieving genuine emotional resonance within its comedic framework. Krusty's childhood, his decision to become a clown against his father's wishes, his early career, his troubled adult life, these biographical details are established across multiple episodes and are among the more carefully maintained backstory elements of any supporting character. And yet Krusty's biography contains inconsistencies. His age relative to the other characters of Springfield has been implied differently in different episodes. His career timeline when certain key events in his professional and personal history occurred has been depicted in ways that do not fully agree. Krusty's extensive criminal history, his financial difficulties, his various professional embarrassments, and his multiple on-screen near-deaths and career resurrections create a biography that is rich in detail and rich in small contradictions. The death of Jackie Mason's character, Rabbi Krustofsky, was handled in a later season following Jackie Mason's real-world death, and the episode that addressed this within the show's universe created a small continuity question about how much time was supposed to have passed since the reconciliation episode from Season 3. Principal Skinner, or rather Armin Tamzarian, pretending to be Principal Skinner, is discussed in the reference transcript and represents one of the show's most extreme examples of a retroactive backstory change. But what is worth noting in this section is the specific, pre-existing inconsistencies that made the Tamzarian revelation feel, to some fans, less like a dramatic twist and more like the show canonizing something that had already been somewhat incoherent. Before the Tamzarian episode, Skinner's history, his military service, his relationship with his mother Agnes, specific details of his backstory had already been depicted in ways that were slightly inconsistent across different episodes. Details about when and where he served in Vietnam, specific memories he shared, the character of his relationship with Agnes, these had small variations between different episodes. The Tamzarian revelation is sometimes pointed to as explaining these inconsistencies retroactively. Of course, the details were slightly off, because Tamzarian was working from imperfect information about the real Skinner's life. But this retroactive justification does not account for the fact that the inconsistencies predated any plan to introduce the Tamzarian storyline. They were simply the natural accumulation of slightly careless reference to an established character across different episodes by different writers. Agnes Skinner, Skinner's mother, who has featured prominently in the show's long-running thread about the principal's complicated domestic life, has her own biography that is revealed in fragments across episodes, and those fragments do not entirely agree. Agnes's age is one point of inconsistency. She is clearly old. She is a woman of significant years who was an adult when her son, or the man she believes to be her son, was young. The specific details of her past, her romantic history, her career, her life before her motherly role became central to her characterization have been depicted in ways that create small contradictions. Agnes's relationship with Patty Bouvier is established in episodes where the two characters interact with a particular dynamic. Specific history between them is implied by these interactions. Not all of it hangs together cleanly. Sideshow, Bob's wife, Francesca, and his son, Gino, introduced in the season 17 episode, The Italian Bob, create a biographical chapter for Bob that has been handled with variable consistency in subsequent episodes. The marriage, occurring during Bob's time hiding in Italy under a new identity, is presented as a genuine and meaningful relationship, one of the show's more interesting attempts to complicate Bob's character by giving him a domestic life alongside his criminal one. But the relationship's presence in subsequent Bob episodes has been uneven. Episodes that feature Bob sometimes engage with his family situation and sometimes appear to have set it aside. Gino, the baby who is introduced as Bob's son and who immediately demonstrates the family talent for murderous scheming, is a genuinely inventive character addition. His subsequent appearances have been sparse, and his existence does not consistently color how the show presents Bob's situation. Fat Tony Marion Anthony D'Amico is Springfield's resident crime boss, and his biography has the distinction of being reset in the most explicit way the show has attempted for any character. Fat Tony dies in a season 22 episode. He dies clearly, within a regular canonical episode. And then, in the same episode, he is replaced by his identical cousin, also called Fat Tony, voiced by the same actor with essentially the same personality and role. The show explains this within the episode in a way that is meant to be comedic. The new Fat Tony becomes the Fat Tony of subsequent episodes. This is not exactly a backstory rewrite, it is more of a character replacement dressed up as continuity. But it creates the interesting situation of all subsequent Fat Tony appearances being, technically, a different person from the Fat Tony of earlier seasons, a distinction that the show immediately and permanently ignores. Every town has a layout. Streets run in fixed directions. Buildings occupy fixed corners. The school is in relation to the park in a specific way. The park is in relation to the town hall in a specific way. Springfield does not work like this. Springfield has the geographic stability of a dream, where the setting is always right but the specifics are never quite the same twice. The center of Springfield, if such a thing can be said to exist, is anchored, in most episodes, by a few key landmarks: the town hall, the courthouse, the main commercial strip, and the town square that serves as the civic gathering point for Springfield's many mob formations and public events. The town square has moved. The specific buildings visible from the town square change between episodes. The relationship of the town hall to the courthouse has been depicted differently at different points in the series. The orientation of the main commercial street, which direction it runs, which landmarks are visible from it, where it terminates is not consistent. This matters more than it might initially seem, because the town square is a location that appears in many episodes of public consequence. The gathering at the town square in Who Shot Mr. Burns, for example, occupies a specific space whose layout the show depicts in some detail. That detail does not match the layout of the town square in other episodes that use the same location. The gorge, which has been mentioned in every section of this script because it moves so freely through the geography of Springfield, deserves its own extended consideration here. The gorge is established early in the show as a natural feature of Springfield's landscape, a significant drop, presumably into a river or similar body of water, that is close enough to the town to be casually accessible, but far enough to feel like the edge of something. It is a place people go to feel the town's limits. Homer falls into the gorge in a specific early episode, in a way that establishes it as both genuinely dangerous and somehow survivable. The gorge becomes, from that episode forward, a kind of recurring landscape joke, a place that can be used whenever the plot requires a significant drop. But the gorge's location relative to other Springfield landmarks changes. In some episodes, the gorge is visible from certain established parts of town. In others, it appears to be in a completely different direction. The drive to the gorge takes different amounts of time in different episodes. The gorge's relationship to the nuclear plant, which is presumably sited near bodies of water for cooling purposes, has been implied differently at different points. Evergreen Terrace, the street where the Simpson family lives, is one of the show's most consistently named locations but one of its least consistently depicted ones. The street is suburban, There are houses on both sides. The Flanders family lives directly next door at 744 Evergreen Terrace, which would make the Simpson house 742. These details are consistent. The other houses on the street, the families that live in them, the characters associated with them have changed. Houses have appeared and disappeared. Neighbors who were established in early seasons have been quietly replaced. The Winfield family, who lived on the other side of the Simpson house in early seasons before Ned Flanders and family became the canonical neighbors, simply stopped appearing without explanation. The end of Evergreen Terrace, where the street terminates, what it connects to, what is visible from the corner, has been depicted differently in different episodes. The street is longer in some episodes than others. The number of houses visible on the block varies. The Quick E-Mart has been located at several different addresses relative to the Simpson home across the show's run, without the show explicitly acknowledging that it has moved. Apu's store is one of the most visited locations in Springfield outside of the Simpson house itself. Homer stops there constantly. The distance from the Simpson house to the Quick E-Mart is implied differently in different episodes. In some, it appears to be very close within walking distance, easily accessible, the kind of neighborhood store that anchors a block. In others, the journey to the Quick E-Mart takes longer, passes different landmarks, and implies a greater distance. The parking lot of the Quick E-Mart, which appears in numerous scenes, changes in size and layout between episodes. The surrounding buildings and streets visible from the parking lot are not consistent. The Springfield Elementary School is similarly footloose in its geographic relationship to the rest of the town. The school has a defined appearance from the outside, a specific institutional building shape, a flagpole, a certain arrangement of windows and entrances. This appearance is broadly consistent across the show's run, though with small variations in detail. But where the school sits in relation to other Springfield landmarks has been depicted differently in different episodes. The walk from the Simpson house to school, a journey that Bart and Lisa make regularly, and that should have a fixed route through fixed streets, passes different landmarks in different episodes. The Springfield Elementary School has also been shown to have different numbers of stories in different episodes. Sometimes it is clearly a single-story building. In other episodes, the interior appears to include spaces that suggest a more complex, multi-level structure. The gymnasium, the cafeteria, the principal's office, and the individual classrooms are arranged differently in different episodes in ways that would require different building layouts to accommodate. Springfield's downtown commercial area, the district of shops, restaurants, and businesses that serves as the town's economic center, has been depicted with considerable inconsistency across the show's run. Specific businesses have appeared in certain episodes and then disappeared without explanation. The Pimento Grove restaurant, which features in some early episodes as a formal dining option, is not a consistent presence in Springfield's commercial landscape. Various other named businesses appear in individual episodes and then cease to exist in subsequent ones. The locations of specific persistent businesses, the businesses that are meant to be permanent fixtures of Springfield's commercial life, shift between episodes. The donut shop that Homer frequents has been located in different positions on different streets in different episodes. The Springfield Mall, a recurring setting for shopping-related storylines, has been depicted with different layouts and different anchor stores at different points in the series. Springfield Harbor, which features in various maritime-related episodes, is another example of a geographic feature whose relationship to the rest of town has been inconsistently established. A harbor implies proximity to a significant body of water. Springfield's relationship to water, whether it is near an ocean, a large lake, a major river, or some combination, has been established differently in different episodes. The show has placed Springfield near the ocean in episodes that require ocean access. It has placed Springfield in landlocked geography in episodes that require that. The harbor appears when a harbor is narratively useful and disappears when it is not. Whether the harbor is visible from elevated points in Springfield, what it smells like, who works there, these details vary. Springfield's river, the body of water associated with the nuclear plant's cooling systems, and with Blinky, the three-eyed fish's discovery, has its own inconsistent geography. The river appears to flow in different directions in different episodes. Its width and apparent depth vary. The banks of the river and what is visible from them change between episodes. The Springfield nuclear power plant occupies a specific location at the edge of town, or rather, it occupies a specific location in the general vicinity of town, since its precise position has never been definitively fixed. The cooling towers are among the most recognizable features of Springfield's skyline, and they appear in exterior, establishing shots across the show's run. But the direction in which those towers are visible from the Simpson house varies. In some episodes, Homer can see the plant's towers from his front yard or from nearby elevated ground. In others, the plant seems to be located at a distance that would make casual visibility unlikely. The commute from the Simpson house to the plant has been depicted as taking different amounts of time in different episodes. The plant's own footprint, the extent of its facilities, the buildings associated with it, the parking areas and security infrastructure has expanded and contracted across the series, depending on what individual episodes required. The nuclear plant's relationship to the bodies of water near Springfield creates an interesting geographic problem. The plant requires water for cooling, which means it should be sited near a reliable water source, river, lake, or similar. The specific body of water near the plant has been depicted differently in different episodes. The direction of flow, the apparent size, and the distance from the plant have varied. This matters because the ecological impact of the plant, including the famous three-eyed fish, depends on the plant's runoff reaching a specific body of water. Different episodes imply the runoff reaches different places. In some episodes, the contamination reaches the river. In others, it reaches what appears to be a lake. In others still, it appears to be affecting a more complex watershed. Springfield's relationship to other towns and to the broader geography of its unnamed state creates additional complications. Shelbyville, the neighboring town that serves as Springfield's rival, is depicted as being at a specific distance in various episodes. That distance changes. The road between Springfield and Shelbyville is depicted with different landscape features in different episodes. The relationship between the two towns, which is above and which is below in terms of local geography, how the roads connect them, what the commute looks like, is not consistent. Springfield's distance from a major airport has been implied differently in different episodes. Characters fly in and out of Springfield with variable ease. Sometimes the airport appears to be very close to the center of town. In other episodes, reaching the airport requires a journey. Springfield's distance from other major American cities has been used for comic effect in various episodes, and the specific cities referenced and the specific distances implied have not been consistent. The tire fire is perhaps the most reliably inconsistent geographic feature in all of Springfield. It has been burning somewhere in or near the town for the show's entire run. Its location has been described as north of town, east of town, on the outskirts, visible from specific established points in the town, and not visible from those same points in other episodes. The tire fire's origin has been mentioned in passing in various episodes, but not in a way that has been consistent. How many tires are in it? How it has sustained itself for what appears to be decades? What the specific ecological impact of the fire has been on the surrounding area? These details are various and inconsistent. The tire fire is also one of the show's most reliable laugh lines, precisely because of its absurdity, a tire fire that has simply been burning, acknowledged, and accepted as part of the landscape for the entirety of Springfield's existence. Its inconsistent location is part of its charm. It is wherever the joke needs it to be. The Springfield Cemetery, which features in enough episodes to constitute a recurring setting, has been depicted with variable size and variable layout across the series. The number of graves in the cemetery and the specific inscriptions on those graves, which have been used for background jokes across many episodes, is not consistent. In some episodes, the cemetery appears to be of modest size. In others, it appears to accommodate a very large portion of Springfield's historical residents. The relationship of the cemetery to other landmarks, to the church, to the residential areas, to the main roads changes between episodes. The cemetery's role in several significant emotional episodes of the series, and in several significant comedic ones, gives it a particular place in the show's geography. The fact that its layout does not stay fixed adds a small, consistent ghost to every visit. Moe's Tavern deserves a final note in this section because the specific geographic location of the tavern, relative to other Springfield landmarks and relative to the Simpson house, is one of the show's more durable small inconsistencies. Homer walks to Moe's. He also drives to Moe's. He sometimes appears to be at Moe's within minutes of leaving the house. In other episodes, the journey takes long enough to constitute a meaningful segment of the episode's running time. The street that Moe's Tavern is on, the neighboring businesses, the view from Moe's windows, these vary. Inside Moe's, as noted in an earlier section, the bar runs in different directions in different episodes. the booths change location. The back room, which appears in certain storylines, has been in different positions relative to the main bar area. Moe's Tavern is one of those locations where you could not, from the information the show has given you across all its episodes, draw a consistent floor plan that honors all of the depictions. You could draw several different floor plans, each consistent with a subset of episodes, but no single plan would work for everything. The Simpson family's immediate and extended domestic world contains its own set of continuity questions that accumulate quietly across the series. The pets who appeared and stopped appearing, the family members who were referenced and then never shown again, the relationships that were established and then quietly set aside. Santa's little helper is the Simpson family dog, a greyhound acquired by Homer and Bart in the very first full episode of the series. He is a consistent presence in the family's life, visible in the background of many episodes, featured prominently in others, and one of the more reliably maintained ongoing characters in the show's large cast. But Santa's little helper has had puppies, several times, in different episodes involving different circumstances and different outcomes. The puppies from these litters have had different fates in different episodes, and the show has not been entirely consistent about how many puppies there have been or what became of all of them. In one notable episode, Santa's little helper has a very large litter of puppies, enough that the show makes the comedy of disposing of surplus puppies a significant plot point. The puppies go to various Springfield residents. This episode is specific and detailed about the number and the distribution. In subsequent episodes, the puppies that remained with Springfield residents appear occasionally, but not consistently. The specific residents who took specific puppies are not consistently referenced. There is a specific puppy from one of these litters who becomes significant in a storyline involving another character. That puppy's subsequent fate has not been addressed in a way that resolves the specific storyline it began. Snowball, the Simpson family cat, has died and been replaced multiple times across the show's run. This is one of the more explicitly addressed ongoing continuity threads in the series, because the show has made the cycle of cat replacement a deliberate running joke. The original Snowball was killed before the show began referenced as a dead family pet rather than shown alive in the series. Snowball 2 is the cat the audience knows from the earliest seasons. Snowball 2 has also died and been replaced, the replacement cats being, across various episodes, Snowball 3, Snowball 4, and eventually a cat that the family names Snowball 2 for simplicity's sake, because the renaming brings the continuity full circle in a joke the show clearly enjoyed. The various Snowball cats have behaved differently in different episodes, which is partly explained by there being different cats, but is partly simply the show's variable interest in maintaining cat-specific behavioral consistency. The dog that appeared in the show before Santa's Little Helper, a dog who was the Simpson family's pet in the earliest Tracy Ullman shorts, was simply not present when the series began proper. No explanation was given. The earlier dog simply did not carry over into the series, and Santa's Little Helper arrived in the first episode as if the family had not previously had a dog at all. This is one of the show's earliest continuity non-issues, a case where the show's transition from shorts to series involved a reset that was never addressed. The audience accepted it. The earlier dog was forgotten. The Simpson family has had a number of other animals across the series in various temporary pet capacities: horses, pigs, bears, exotic animals of various kinds, animals acquired and lost in single-episode storylines. The most significant of these is the elephant that Bart wins in a radio contest in Season 6. Stampy, as the elephant is named, creates genuine complications for the family over the course of the episode before ultimately being donated to an animal sanctuary. Stampy's existence at the sanctuary, and the Simpson family's relationship to that ongoing situation, is not referenced in subsequent episodes. The show has a general policy of not carrying animal guest characters forward, which is reasonable and expected. But within the episode in which they appear, animals are often given specific enough relationships with the regular cast that their absence from subsequent episodes creates small notes of unresolved feeling. Aunt Patty and Aunt Selma Bouvier are among the most consistently present of the Simpson family's extended circle, appearing regularly across many seasons. Their relationship with Homer, which is one of mutual, barely managed tolerance, is one of the show's more reliable ongoing character dynamics. But Patty and Selma's own lives, outside of their function as Marge's sisters and Homer's antagonists, have developed in ways that create their own small continuity questions. Selma's many marriages to Sideshow Bob, to Troy McClure, to Fat Tony, to Lionel Hutz, or rather an episode-specific character with that name, as Lionel Hutz was retired following the death of his voice actor Phil Hartman, and others create a marital history that is referenced with variable completeness across different episodes. The specific number of Selma's marriages, and the specific order of them, is not entirely consistent across episodes that reference her marital history. Patty's sexuality, which was addressed in a later season with the revelation that she is a lesbian, creates a small retroactive question about how to read certain earlier episodes that involved her in heterosexual romantic scenarios. The show addressed this somewhat at the time of the revelation, but the retroactive reread of Patty's earlier characterization is not something the show explicitly revisited. Herb Powell, Homer's half-brother, is one of the show's more interesting one-time and then-again characters. Herb appears in 2 episodes across the series' run, his introduction and his subsequent return, and his handling across those 2 appearances reveals something interesting about how the show relates to continuity when it wants to. In his first appearance, Herb is a significant revelation. Homer has a half-brother, born of the same father but a different mother, who grew up under very different circumstances and became extraordinarily wealthy. The relationship between Homer and Herb's eventual financial ruin as a result of trusting Homer's judgment is an emotionally significant storyline. In Herb's return episode, he is doing better. He has recovered his fortune through an invention. The relationship between the 2 episodes is handled with more care than many of the show's follow-up storylines, but there are still small inconsistencies in how details from the first Herb episode are referenced in the second. After Herb's second appearance, he does not return. A character who was established as Homer's only sibling, who had a profound relationship with Homer across 2 significant episodes, simply stops existing in the show's universe. Homer's status as a person with a half-brother, a meaningful biographical fact, is not referenced in subsequent episodes where it would be natural to mention it. The extended family of Marge also includes characters who have appeared and then simply ceased to be part of the show's world. Marge's mother, Jacqueline Bouvier, is established as an alive and present family member in early seasons. She appears in specific episodes involving family gatherings and Bouvier family dynamics. Her relationship with Homer and her relationship with her 3 daughters are depicted with some specificity across episodes where she appears. Jacqueline appears less frequently in later seasons. Her presence in the family's life becomes more occasional. She does not disappear entirely, but the centrality she had in certain early season family storylines diminishes in ways that create a small, quiet inconsistency with the family dynamic those episodes established. Marge's father, Clancy Bouvier, who was alive in the show's earliest seasons, died during the run of the series. His death was addressed in an episode, and his absence in subsequent family gatherings is consistent with the established fact of his death. This is one area where the show maintained its own established continuity. The relationship between the Simpson family and the Van Houten family, Milhouse's parents, creates some continuity complications that arise from the show's handling of Kirk and Luann Van Houten's divorce. Subsequent relationship history. Kirk and Luann's divorce, addressed in a Season 8 episode, is one of the show's more explicitly adult relationship storylines in terms of its emotional honesty. The episode depicts the practical and emotional realities of a middle-class divorce in Springfield, with a degree of specificity that makes it feel grounded. Kirk's subsequent life as a divorced man, living in a small apartment, adjusting to a radically changed domestic situation, these are depicted with something approaching real feeling. The subsequent seasons have handled the Van Houten divorce and its aftermath with variable consistency. At some points, Kirk and Luann's estrangement is maintained as established. At other points, the family appears together in contexts that imply a reconciliation not clearly established on screen. The specific state of Kirk and Luann's relationship at any given point in the later seasons depends on which episode you are watching. Milhouse's experience as a child of divorce, which the show has engaged with as a source of both comedy and genuine pathos, is not consistently present in how his character is drawn across later seasons. Sometimes Milhouse's family situation is a relevant fact about him. Sometimes it is simply not part of how the episode uses him. The Springfield elementary student body contains characters who have been given specific personalities, backgrounds, and relationships across the show's run, and not all of them have been maintained with consistency. Nelson Muntz, one of the most recognizable of the Springfield elementary supporting characters, has had his backstory addressed in episodes that are among the show's more genuinely affecting explorations of childhood poverty and neglect. Nelson's absent father, his neglectful mother, his home situation, these details have been established across specific episodes and are among the more emotionally resonant things the show has done with a supporting character. But Nelson's backstory has also been revised. The details of his absent father's story, in particular, have been told differently in different episodes. One episode provides a specific and moving account of why Nelson's father left and what became of him. A later episode appears to contradict aspects of this account. The contradiction is not enormous, but it is present. Nelson's relationship with Lisa Simpson, a romantic interest established in one notable episode, is another thread that the show has engaged with inconsistently across different seasons. The Simpsons has featured guest appearances from hundreds of celebrities across its 36-year run. These appearances range from brief cameos to substantial episode-defining roles. And they have created their own particular category of continuity problem, because Springfield is not a real town and the celebrities who appear in it are real people, and the intersection of these two facts creates complications. When a celebrity appears in The Simpsons playing themselves as themselves, by name, engaging with the world of Springfield as if it were real, the show creates a small ontological problem. The celebrity is real. The show is fictional. The celebrity's presence in the show establishes that, within Springfield's universe, this celebrity exists and can be encountered by regular Springfield residents. This creates the question, is Springfield's world the same as our world? And if it is, why can't we find Springfield on a map? And if it isn't, then what does it mean for a celebrity who exists in our world to appear in Springfield's? The show has never answered these questions because answering them would require the show to commit to a version of its own reality that it has deliberately avoided committing to. But the celebrity appearances do create internal inconsistencies. When the same celebrity appears in multiple episodes, playing themselves or playing different characters, the multiple appearances sit in the continuity as a small puzzle. The most discussed version of this problem is the case of Michael Jackson. In Season 3, the episode Stark Raving Dad features a very large, white man who claims to be Michael Jackson. The man is voiced by someone called John J. Smith, a pseudonym used at the time by Michael Jackson himself. The episode is widely understood to feature the actual voice of Michael Jackson, but the character within the episode is not named Michael Jackson. He is a different character, a man who claims to be Michael Jackson but who is clearly, within the show's universe, not the actual Michael Jackson. This is a clever structural solution to the celebrity appearance problem. The show gets Michael Jackson or something very close to Michael Jackson without having to establish that Michael Jackson himself exists in Springfield's universe, in a way that would create follow-up continuity requirements. But the episode has a complicated subsequent relationship with the show's continuity. Following Michael Jackson's real-world death, the episode was withdrawn from rotation for a period. It has since been addressed in various ways by the show's producers. Its relationship to the show's ongoing canon, whether it is considered a regular episode, a special episode, or something else, has been handled differently in different contexts. Elizabeth Taylor's appearance as the voice of Maggie Simpson for her first word is one of the show's most celebrated guest appearances. It is a brief appearance, a single word, "Daddy," delivered at the end of an episode with genuine emotional weight. Taylor's voice, unmistakable and perfectly deployed, makes what could be a simple comedic gag into something genuinely moving. The continuity question arising from this appearance is not about Taylor herself, but about Maggie. Having established through this appearance that Maggie's first word was "daddy," spoken at a specific moment, in a specific emotional context, the show has committed to a version of Maggie's development that subsequent episodes have not always honored. Maggie has spoken in subsequent episodes. Not often, and not at length, but she has produced words and sounds beyond the single episode utterance that Taylor voiced. These later vocalizations are not referenced in relation to the first word episode. They exist in the show's continuity as additional evidence of Maggie's development that the show simultaneously treats as ongoing, in episodes that show her speaking or developing, non-existent, in episodes that treat her as a non-speaking infant. Dustin Hoffman appeared in the show in Season 2, specifically in the episode Moaning Lisa, playing a character named Mr. Bergstrom, Lisa's substitute teacher. Like Michael Jackson, Hoffman used a pseudonym, Sam Edick, The character he played, a warm, encouraging, genuinely interested educator who forms a meaningful connection with Lisa, is one of the best-remembered single-episode characters in the show's history. The continuity question here is not about Hoffman himself, but about the lasting effect on Lisa. Mr. Bergstrom's appearance is treated as genuinely significant for Lisa in the episode. He tells her things that change how she thinks about herself. He gives her a note. His presence matters. And then he leaves, and the episode ends, and Lisa returns to her established baseline. The specific effect of this specific relationship, which the episode presents as profound, is not carried forward in subsequent episodes. Lisa does not reference Mr. Bergstrom. She does not seem to carry forward the specific lessons he imparted. The relationship exists cleanly within its episode and has no subsequent life in the show's universe. Kelsey Grammer, who voices Sideshow Bob, appeared in the show as early as the first season and has continued to return for Bob episodes across the show's entire run. His relationship to the show's continuity is more extensive than any other guest and creates its own set of questions. Bob's many appearances across 36 seasons constitute a more substantial character arc than almost any recurring supporting character. His relationship with Bart, his evolution across many imprisonments and escapes, his family backstory, his various criminal schemes, these have been developed with more care than the show typically extends to non-regular characters. And yet Bob's appearances contain their own inconsistencies. The specific circumstances of his various imprisonments and releases do not always hang together. The specific layout of Springfield Prison, as seen across multiple Bob-centric episodes, changes. The prison's population, its staff, its geography, these are not consistent. Bob's relationship with the legal system of Springfield is inconsistently handled. He has been convicted of various crimes. He has escaped multiple times. The legal consequences of his actions, and the specific mechanisms by which he is repeatedly caught and convicted, do not form a fully coherent legal history. James Brown appeared in the show in a context that created a small but specific continuity question. The episode in which Brown appears established a particular relationship between his character, or himself, and Springfield that subsequent episodes did not honor. Paul and Linda McCartney appeared together in the show in one of the series' more celebrated guest appearances, an episode that is specifically about animal rights and vegetarianism, themes that align with the McCartneys' real-world advocacy. Their appearance establishes a specific interaction with Lisa that has notable emotional resonance. A condition was placed on the appearance by the McCartneys. Lisa would remain a vegetarian in perpetuity following this episode. This is one of the show's more notable examples of a guest appearance creating a genuine, lasting continuity commitment. Lisa's vegetarianism, established in the McCartney episode, has been maintained across subsequent seasons as a permanent character trait rather than an episode-specific choice. The show honored the condition, but the honoring is not perfectly consistent. There are episodes in which Lisa's vegetarianism is a relevant and acknowledged fact about her. There are other episodes in which it seems to be set aside, either because the plot does not raise it or because a specific scene treats her dietary choices in a way that is slightly inconsistent with the established commitment. Aerosmith, the band, appeared as a group in a Season 3 episode that involves Homer connecting with them in a Springfield context. The band members play versions of themselves. The episode establishes a specific relationship between the Aerosmith members and the world of Springfield. They are real people in this universe. These specific musicians exist and can be encountered. This creates a small puzzle when other music industry episodes feature different musicians in different contexts. The aggregate picture of how the music industry works in Springfield's universe, who exists there, how famous musicians relate to the town, what the cultural landscape looks like is built from guest appearances that were made independently and without reference to each other, producing a cumulative portrait that is not entirely coherent. Johnny Cash voiced a coyote in the Season 8 episode El Viaje Misterioso de Nuestro Homer. The coyote is Homer's spirit animal, a manifestation encountered during a hallucination caused by consuming extremely hot chili peppers. Cash's voice is used because Cash's voice is perfect for this role, carrying a quality of deep American wisdom and melancholy that makes the scene genuinely memorable. The spirit coyote tells Homer things about himself that are meant to be meaningful. It asks him questions about his identity and his relationship to Marge. The encounter is treated as spiritually significant within the episode. In subsequent episodes, Homer has other quasi-spiritual encounters, other dream sequences, other moments of hallucination-adjacent insight. None of them reference the coyote. None of them build on what the coyote said. The coyote's wisdom, delivered by Johnny Cash in a voice that should be unforgettable, is not carried forward. The multiple appearances of specific celebrities in different roles across different episodes, celebrities who appeared once as themselves and then appeared again as a different character, or vice versa, create a small but specific category of internal inconsistency. When a recognizable voice or a familiar face appears in a second capacity that is inconsistent with their first appearance, the show's universe has to decide, implicitly, how to handle the collision. Sometimes it ignores the collision entirely. Sometimes it makes a joke of it. The handling is inconsistent across the show's run. The collective weight of celebrity guest appearances across 36 seasons means that Springfield's universe contains explicit confirmation of the existence of hundreds of real-world celebrities, musicians, athletes, politicians, and public figures. They have been in Springfield. They have met the Simpsons. The Simpsons has met them. The cumulative portrait of the celebrity-inhabited Springfield universe is one that no single episode created and that no single episode fully honors. The show does not maintain a roster of established celebrity character interactions. It does not ask future creative teams to be aware of all previous celebrity appearances when writing new ones. Each celebrity appearance is an island. The Simpsons has killed characters. In the Treehouse of Horror Halloween specials, the show kills characters routinely and enthusiastically, and the deaths are understood to be non-canonical. They exist within the special episode's anthology structure and do not carry into the regular series. But Springfield has also killed characters in regular, canonical episodes, and some of those characters have come back. Hans Moleman, sometimes called Hans Moleman, sometimes called Ralph Mellish in certain earlier appearances before the name settled, is the most frequently killed character in the show's regular episode run. Moleman has been, across the show's regular episodes, run over by cars, buried alive, crushed by heavy objects, attacked by animals, struck by lightning, fallen from heights, burned, and done away with in various other manner of misfortune. Not in Treehouse of Horror episodes. In regular episodes where the events are presented as real occurrences in Springfield's universe, and then he appears in the next episode alive and well, ready to be done away with again. The show has not explained this. It has not offered a mechanism. It has not addressed the question of why Moleman keeps returning from events that, in any realistic assessment of their depicted severity, should result in permanent death. The closest the show comes to addressing this is the meta-level awareness built into how Moleman's deaths are staged. They have the quality of repeated gags recognizable as a joke about the character, rather than events the show expects to be taken entirely literally. The audience understands that Moleman's deaths are a running gag and does not require explanation. But within the show's universe, where deaths are supposed to mean something, where the deaths of Maud Flanders and Edna Krabappel and Bleeding Gums Murphy and other characters are treated as permanent losses, Moleman's repeated survival represents a genuine inconsistency in how the show treats death. Bleeding Gums Murphy, Lisa's jazz mentor, is one of the show's genuinely permanent deaths, a character who died in a regular episode and has remained dead. His death is treated with real weight. Lisa's grief is portrayed as genuine. The episode that depicts his death is one of the show's most emotionally sincere. But the subsequent appearance of Bleeding Gums Murphy in contexts that are not strictly flashbacks or memories, appearances that seem to treat his presence as at least quasi-literal, create small questions about the absoluteness of his death within the show's universe. This is partly a Treehouse of Horror issue, where deceased characters can appear without continuity implications. But in cases where the line between a Treehouse appearance and a regular episode appearance is blurred, the distinction matters. Dr. Marvin Monroe, the recurring psychiatrist character, died between seasons. His death was mentioned in passing in one episode as an offhand revelation, with the joke being that the death announcement is extremely casual, given how significant a recurring character he had been. Then, Dr. Monroe appeared in a subsequent episode, alive, without explanation. The show's response to questions about this inconsistency has been minimal. The character was alive when a story needed him and was said to have died when a different story needed him to be dead. The continuity was not considered a priority. Sideshow Bob has attempted to murder Bart Simpson so many times across the show's run that the count has become a character point. Bob's failure to kill Bart is as much a part of his character as his intelligence or his theatrical background. But the proximity of these attempts to actual lethal violence and the show's comic treatment of what would in any real context be multiple attempted murders creates a tension between the show's universe and its tone. In episodes that treat the threat to Bart's life with any seriousness, the danger is real and present, and the failure to kill Bart is a near miss. In episodes that play the same scenario for comedy, the threat is diffused before it can register as genuinely dangerous. Bob's legal situation: he is repeatedly imprisoned for attempted murder, escapes, attempts murder again, is caught and imprisoned again should, across multiple repetitions, produce consequences for Springfield's legal and judicial system that the show acknowledges exist but does not consistently depict. The prison, the court, the judicial figures involved in Bob's many trials. These are depicted with broad consistency, but not with the kind of detailed continuity that 30 years of repeated incidents would seem to require. Principal Skinner, before the Tamzarian revelation, was thought dead on at least one occasion, an episode in which his apparent death is treated as a significant event for the Springfield elementary community. His subsequent return is addressed within the episode in a way that explains the apparent death without the character actually having died. But the episode's emotional treatment of the near-death experience does not persist into subsequent episodes in a way that reflects how dramatically the event was staged. Homer Simpson has, across the series, been in situations where the depicted physical trauma should, by any realistic assessment, result in death. He has been run over. He has fallen from great heights. He has been in explosions. He has been electrocuted. He has been crushed. He has survived all of these events and appeared in the next episode unchanged. The show has addressed this implicitly through various theories articulated in the show's universe, theories about Homer's resilience, about his unusual biology, about the protective properties of his particular skull shape. But these explanations are themselves jokes rather than serious attempts to explain Homer's durability within a coherent physical universe. In specific episodes where Homer's near-death is treated seriously, where the danger to his life is framed as genuine, and the possibility of his death is presented as real, the subsequent reset is most jarring. Episodes that begin with Homer facing a genuinely deadly situation handle that situation with emotional weight, and then end with Homer alive and well, reset to baseline, carry a specific kind of narrative whiplash. The category of almost deaths is separate from the category of actual deaths and is worth its own consideration. Several main and supporting characters in the show have been in situations that appeared to be heading toward actual character deaths, situations that were promoted in marketing, framed in episodes, and discussed in the fan community as potentially serious that ultimately resolved without the anticipated death occurring. The handling of these almost deaths creates its own continuity considerations. When an episode is framed around the possibility of a significant character's death, the characters within the show react to this possibility with behavior appropriate to that level of stakes. When the death does not occur, the emotional states produced by that reaction are not always addressed in subsequent episodes in a way that honors the intensity of what was depicted. Sideshow Mel, the character who replaced Sideshow Bob as Krusty's sidekick following Bob's imprisonment, has been the victim of various on-screen misfortunes across the show's run, some of which have been depicted with sufficient seriousness to raise questions about his subsequent appearances. Mel has survived things that, handled in a slightly different register, would be understood as fatal. Mel is perhaps the most under-examined character in the show's regular cast in terms of his internal biography and his internal consistency. He appeared to replace Bob, has been a recurring presence for most of the show's run, and has never been given a backstory episode with the kind of attention that other supporting characters have received. He is consistently present but persistently opaque. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are the show's annual Halloween anthology specials. They have aired every season from season 2 onward, 34 of them at this count, and they operate under a stated rule. The events of these episodes do not count as canonical. The characters die. The universe is destroyed. Horrifying things happen. And then the regular season continues as if none of it occurred, because none of it did. This is the rule. The rule is clear. The rule is stated, or at least understood. And yet, several elements introduced in Treehouse of Horror episodes have, across the show's long run, bled into regular episodes in ways that create small but genuine continuity complications. The most discussed version of this is Flanders as the devil. In a Treehouse of Horror episode, the classic Devil and Homer Simpson segment from Treehouse of Horror 4, Ned Flanders appears as the Devil, a character whose nature within the anthology context is clearly non-canonical. Flanders being the Devil is a Treehouse joke. It does not mean Flanders is actually the Devil in the show's regular universe, except that subsequent regular episodes have, at various times, referenced Flanders' devilish qualities in ways that wink at the Treehouse appearance. These are jokes, and they are received as jokes. But they exist in a zone between canon and non-canon that is slightly blurry. The joke only works if there is some connection between Treehouse Flanders and regular episode Flanders. By making the connection, the episodes are implying a continuity that the show officially denies. Homer's many deaths in Treehouse of Horror episodes have been elaborate and specific. He has been killed in dozens of different ways across the anthology specials, ways that are inventive, detailed, and sometimes genuinely unsettling in their physical specificity. These deaths do not count. The show is clear. But the sheer accumulation of Homer having been killed so many times, depicted so vividly, across so many years of special episodes, creates a specific kind of audience familiarity with Homer's death that colors how regular episode near-death situations are received. The Treehouse deaths have also occasionally referenced events from the regular series or been referenced in turn by later regular episodes, in ways that make the boundary between the two slightly permeable. Kang and Kodos, the recurring alien characters whose presence is most associated with the Treehouse of Horror episodes, have appeared in regular episodes of the series as well. Their appearances in regular episodes have the quality of Easter eggs, cameo appearances that the show expects the audience to recognize without taking literally as part of the established canon. But their presence in regular episodes creates a small question. Do aliens exist in Springfield's canonical universe? Or only in the Treehouse universe? The answer appears to be sometimes both, depending on what the episode needs. The aliens are a joke that exists in whatever narrative space the joke needs to occupy. The structure of the Treehouse episodes themselves has changed across the series in ways that create small internal inconsistencies within the anthology format. Early Treehouse episodes have a frame narrative: the family in a treehouse, telling scary stories, which then become the anthology segments. This frame is addressed at the beginning and end of the special. Later, Treehouse episodes have abandoned the frame narrative entirely, or used it in a much more perfunctory way. The frame is not present in many of the more recent specials. The stories in those specials exist without a diegetic framing device, explaining why we are hearing scary stories. This is a structural evolution rather than a continuity error per se, but it does mean that the format of the Treehouse specials is itself not consistent across the show's run. Specific horror tropes and elements from Treehouse episodes have been incorporated into regular episodes in ways that create tonal inconsistency. Regular episodes have depicted genuinely frightening sequences, moments that would not be out of place in a horror anthology, in ways that exist within the regular show's universe rather than the anthologies. The boundary between what the regular show will depict and what is reserved for the Treehouse specials has not been maintained with perfect consistency. The Treehouse episode's body count, if taken collectively, represents one of the most extraordinary accumulations of depicted mortality in television history. Characters are killed in every episode. Major characters, minor characters, the entire town, the entire world. No target is off limits for the anthology format. The cumulative experience of watching decades of Treehouse episodes gives the Springfield universe a shadow world in which every character has died many times over. This shadow world does not affect the regular show, but it inhabits the audience's experience of the characters in a way that is distinct from any other long-running show's relationship with its Halloween specials. The Treehouse episode that most explicitly engaged with the meta-question of canon and non-canon was a special in which the show depicted a version of Springfield explicitly destroyed or fundamentally changed, in a way that the episode frames as potentially permanent before ultimately revealing itself to be within the Treehouse tradition. The revelation of non-canonicity in that episode was handled in a specific way that made the boundary explicit, and in doing so, paradoxically, reinforced the audience's awareness that the boundary exists to be crossed. There are also small production inconsistencies within the Treehouse episodes themselves. The animation quality and character design consistency within individual Treehouse specials varies more than in regular episodes, partly because Treehouse episodes sometimes involve stylistic departures that intentionally change the show's visual grammar, and partly because the anthology format means different segments can look quite different from each other. The voice performances in Treehouse episodes are generally consistent with the regular show, but there are moments in certain specials where a character's voice sounds slightly different from the regular episode version, pushed toward a slightly different register by the horror context. The final section of this long, slow journey through Springfield's accumulated inconsistencies addresses the category that is perhaps most purely a continuity error in the technical sense: production mistakes. Animation errors, coloring mistakes, model sheets that were applied to the wrong character, eye colors that changed, hair colors that shifted. Mistakes that were made in the production process and that, because of how television animation worked in the years before digital production streamlined the pipeline, made it into finished, broadcast episodes. Character eye colors in The Simpsons are not consistent across the show's run, and in many cases are not consistent even within individual seasons. Homer's eyes are a notable case. His eye color in early seasons is slightly different from his eye color in later seasons. This is partly an artifact of the change from traditional cell animation to digital coloring. The digital pipeline produces slightly different colors than the cell process, even when the target color is nominally the same. The shift in Homer's eye color across the transition from analog to digital production is visible to anyone watching episodes from different eras in close succession. Marge's eyes have shown similar small variations. The shade of her eyes, and the specific way the color is rendered across different production environments has not been perfectly consistent. Minor character eye colors are far more variable. Characters who appear infrequently and who were not given rigorous model sheet enforcement across different production seasons show the most variation. The same character, appearing in 2 episodes from different seasons, may have eyes that are slightly different colors without any in-story explanation. Hair and skin colors for background characters, the Springfield residents who populate crowd scenes, who appear in the background of establishing shots, who are visible at town meetings and sporting events and church services, show considerable variation across the show's run. Some of this variation is intentional and is part of the show's visual grammar. The population of Springfield is diverse, and the color variation in background characters reflects that diversity. But some of the variation is simply inconsistent application of a character model across different episodes. Characters who were designed as one-offs for a single crowd scene have sometimes been recycled in subsequent episodes. With different colors applied, the same body shape, the same face shape, but a different hair color or a different skin tone. The recycling is visible if you are looking for it, and it creates a small, persistent sense that Springfield's population has a handful of doppelgangers working at cross purposes. The Simpsons' skin color is itself one of the show's most famous production details. The yellow skin of the Simpson family and most Springfield residents is a deliberate design choice, made early in the show's development and maintained across its run. The specific shade of yellow has been described by the show's creators as a choice intended to signal that these are not real people, that this is a cartoon, that the audience should not try to assign real-world ethnicity to the characters based on visual cues. But the specific shade of yellow has varied. The yellow in Season 1 is slightly different from the yellow in Season 10, which is slightly different from the yellow in Season 25. The shift from analog to digital production changed the color reproduction process in ways that affected not just the yellow of the character's skin, but the entire palette of the show. Early Simpsons episodes have a visual warmth, a slightly amber quality to the color palette that differs from the brighter, more saturated colors of later digital-era episodes. This is not an error exactly. It is the natural result of changing technology, but it means that the show looks different in different eras, and that the characters look different in different eras, in ways that are not explained by any in-story development. The line weight in the animation, the thickness and quality of the outlines around characters and objects has changed across the show's run. Early episodes have a slightly different line quality from later episodes. The characters are drawn with slightly different stroke weights at different points in the series. These are small differences, invisible in casual viewing, but apparent in close comparison. The Simpsons' opening title sequence has been used to sneak in deliberate changes and jokes across the show's run. The couch gag, the variations in the chalkboard gag, The brief changes to specific elements of the sequence. But the opening sequence has also contained small, unintentional inconsistencies across different versions. There are multiple different lengths of the opening sequence used across the series: a full version, a shorter version, an even shorter version used when episode content requires the time. The different versions of the opening sequence contain slightly different elements. Certain characters appear in some versions and not others. Certain visual details in the sequence are slightly different between versions. The opening sequence has also been updated at various points in the show's run to reflect changes in the production: new regular characters, changed animation style, updated design elements. These updates have not always been applied consistently. There are periods where the opening sequence was in a transitional state between versions, with different elements updated at different times. The Simpsons movie, released in 2007, is the show's single theatrical feature and exists in a complicated relationship to the show's continuity. Events of the movie Springfield being sealed under a dome by the Environmental Protection Agency, the Simpson family's temporary exile from Springfield, the resolution of those events are treated as canonical within the show's universe. But the movie's events, which should be among the most significant things to ever happen to Springfield, are not consistently referenced in episodes produced after the movie's release. The dome, the EPA intervention, the temporary exile. These are enormous events that should shape subsequent episodes in specific ways. They do not do so consistently. Post-movie episodes sometimes engage with events of the movie and sometimes treat Springfield as if the movie's events did not occur. The inconsistency is the show's most glaring example of the reset button applied to events too large to reset from easily. The voice acting team behind The Simpsons has been remarkably consistent across the show's run. The core cast members have remained in their roles for decades, providing a continuity of vocal characterization that most long-running shows cannot match. But the voice acting is not without its own small inconsistencies. Specific voice performances in early seasons sound different from the settled versions of those performances that define the characters. As noted in the first section, the characters' vocal identities were found rather than fixed. They evolved across the early seasons into the versions that subsequent decades would maintain. Minor character voices have been more variable. The vast number of characters voiced by the core cast members, most of whom voice dozens of Springfield residents, in addition to their primary roles, means that specific characters have occasionally been rendered with slightly different vocal qualities in different episodes. A minor character voiced in one episode by one cast member may sound slightly different when that same cast member voices them in a subsequent episode years later. Guest voices for recurring supporting characters who were originally voiced by one performer and then taken over by another, either because the original performer was unavailable or had passed away, create their own continuity. Questions. The character sounds the same in some regards and different in others. The transition between voice performers for a character is a specific kind of continuity event that the show has had to navigate a number of times. The Simpsons sound design, the specific sounds associated with specific characters, locations, and events, is another area of subtle inconsistency across the show's run. Homer's iconic vocalization of dismay, the way the town's sounds interact with specific scenes, the background noise of specific recurring locations. These have varied across episodes in ways that are generally small but occasionally more notable. The Quickie Mart's bell, the specific sound that plays when the door opens, is one example of a small sound detail that has changed across the show's run. The bell is recognizable across most of the series, but its specific timbre, its specific pitch, has varied. Moe's Tavern's ambient sound, the background noise of a bar during hours of operation, has been rendered differently in different episodes. The specific quality of the room's acoustic texture is part of what makes the setting feel like itself, and when that quality changes, the setting feels subtly different. The Simpsons music, composed primarily by Alf Clausen across much of the show's run before a subsequent change, is one of the most recognizable in animation history. The specific character of the show's orchestral scoring, the way specific themes return and develop, the way the music underscore emotional moments and comedic ones has been a consistent and beloved element of the show's identity. Specific recurring musical themes, the notes that play at certain moments, the specific orchestrations of certain passages have been rendered slightly differently across different episodes. The main theme, composed by Danny Elfman, has been performed in multiple versions across the show's run. with small variations in arrangement and instrumentation. After the scoring changed, the musical identity of the show shifted in ways that were noticed by longtime viewers. The specific warmth and texture of the earlier orchestral scoring was not replicated exactly. The show sounds different in this era from how it sounded before, which creates another of those era-specific inconsistencies that accumulate into the sense of different Springfields existing at different points in the show's history. And so we arrive at the end of this long, slow journey through 36 years of beautiful, charming, completely human imperfection. Springfield is inconsistent. It has always been inconsistent. The house layout moves, the town geography shifts, the characters' backstories revise themselves, the timeline floats, the celebrities appear and disappear, the dead return and the almost dead keep almost dying. The treehouse bleeds into the regular season. The production pipeline introduces small errors that become part of the texture of a living world. None of this is a reason to love the show less. It may be a reason to love it more, because the inconsistencies are the record of time. They are the sediment of 3.5 decades of human creativity applied to a single imaginary place. Each small mistake, each gentle continuity error, each quietly reversed backstory, represents a moment when someone was working on this show, when someone was writing or animating or voicing or editing. And the work they did became part of the permanent record of Springfield. The mistakes are the show's memory of itself. Incomplete, sometimes contradictory, occasionally startling in what it has retained and what it has lost. Like all memory, they are less accurate than we might wish and more honest than we might expect. Springfield is still there. Homer is still at his workstation, or possibly not at his workstation, depending on which episode you are watching. The gorge is somewhere to the north or the east, or perhaps in a different direction entirely tonight. The tire fire is still burning. The three-eyed fish is still in the river. And in a town where nobody ages, where the timeline floats, where the past rewrites itself to fit the present, all of these small, quiet, beloved mistakes will go on being made forever. Which is exactly as it should be. Thank you for spending these hours in Springfield with me. Drop your location and the time in the comments. It genuinely makes these worth making. Subscribe if you want to come back. Springfield will be here. It always is. Good night. There is something worth dwelling on at length about the way the Simpson house has been drawn across its many appearances, because the house is the anchor of everything else in the show, and its inconsistency is therefore the foundational inconsistency on which all others rest. When animators in the show's early production period were tasked with depicting the interior of the Simpson home, they were working from a loose visual Bible, a general set of guidelines about what the house looked like, what rooms existed, roughly where things were, rather than from an architectural blueprint. This is standard practice in animation. A detailed floor plan, slavishly adhered to across hundreds of episodes and thousands of individual scenes, would be an enormous administrative burden without providing proportionate creative benefit. Viewers watching at normal speed do not track the precise geometry of a recurring location between episodes. They track impression, feel, character. The house feels like the house. That is sufficient. But what happens across 36 seasons? What happens when the impression-based approach is applied to the same location, across hundreds of episodes produced by rotating teams over 4 decades, is that the accumulated impressions begin to diverge. Not dramatically, not in ways that break the general sense of the place, but in specific, documentable ways that you can trace if you watch carefully and compare. The windows of the Simpson house's second-floor exterior are one of those documentable divergences. In the exterior establishing shots of the house that appear most frequently, the standard exterior establishing shot that precedes scenes set inside the second-floor windows appear in specific positions. Those positions imply specific room configurations inside. Most likely Bart's room, based on early established visual cues, is on one side. The window most likely associated with Homer and Marge's room is elsewhere. In nighttime exterior shots where rooms are lit from within, the lit windows appear in positions that have been associated with interior action occurring in those rooms, but not consistently. In some nighttime shots, the window associated with Bart's room is lit during scenes established as taking place in Bart's room. In others, the lit window is in a position inconsistent with the position associated with Bart's room in other episodes. A dedicated fan who wished to reconstruct the Simpson floor plan from exterior window evidence alone would find themselves with a genuinely insoluble puzzle. The windows do not resolve into a coherent internal geometry. They reflect the production reality of a show that drew the exterior of the house and the interior of the house as essentially separate visual entities, connected by general impression but not by precise architectural correspondence. The garage door of the Simpson house is visible in most exterior establishing shots. The garage is part of the house's structure. Homer parks his car there, or does not park his car there, depending on the episode. The garage is sometimes the place where household storage accumulates, and sometimes the place where the family car lives, and sometimes the place where a specific storyline's physical comedy requires a certain amount of space. What the garage never quite is, across the full run of the show, is a space with a fully consistent relationship to the rest of the house's interior. When characters walk from the garage into the house, when Homer, for instance, enters the house from the garage after pulling into the driveway, the path he takes, the door he uses, and the room he emerges into are not consistent between episodes. In some episodes, the garage appears to open directly into the kitchen or laundry area. In others, the connection between garage and house interior is through a hallway that varies in apparent length and direction. In others still, the specific mechanics of moving between the garage and the house's living spaces are not shown. Homer is in the driveway, and then Homer is in the kitchen, and the route between those two locations is elided. This elision is, of course, entirely normal in storytelling. You do not need to show every step of a journey to communicate that a journey has occurred. But in a location shown as frequently as the Simpson house, the cumulative effect of many elisions, each individually invisible, produces a sense of a space that is never quite fully there, never quite fixed in its geometry, always approximated rather than stated. The backyard of the Simpson house is, in many ways, the family home's most variable space. The backyard has been used for barbecues, for gardening, for episodes involving the family dog, for storylines that require outdoor domestic space. Its size has been depicted differently in different episodes, sometimes a modest suburban backyard, consistent with the house's overall scale, sometimes a space apparently large enough to accommodate events that a modest backyard could not realistically contain. What is visible from the backyard, the neighboring properties, the fence line? What kind of trees or landscape features are present changes between episodes? The Flanders backyard, which shares a fence with the Simpson backyard, is visible from various angles in various episodes, and the fence between the two properties appears in different positions and of different heights in different depictions. The sandbox that appears in certain early episodes as part of the backyard's domestic landscape disappears in later seasons without comment. The vegetable garden that Homer attempts to maintain in certain episodes, with predictably catastrophic results, is present when the plot requires it and absent otherwise. The above-ground pool that appears in certain episodes as a summer feature of the backyard is similarly episodic in its existence. Its presence in one episode does not guarantee its presence in the next. Springfield itself, beyond the Simpson house and its immediate surroundings, has a quality of geographic abundance that becomes stranger the more carefully you examine it. For a town of Springfield's apparent size, a mid-sized American city, the kind of place that would have a few 100,000 residents, a functioning downtown, a collection of surrounding neighborhoods, it has an implausibly large number of distinct districts, each with its own character and its own function in various episodes. There is the industrial district, where the nuclear plant and various other heavy industries are located. There is the waterfront, with its harbor and maritime character. There is the suburb where the Simpson family lives, which is distinct from the various other residential areas also shown in different episodes. There is a distinct cultural district with museums, concert halls, and the kind of arts infrastructure that a small city might have. There is an entertainment district. There is a commercial district separate from the downtown civic core. There is a quasi-rural outskirt that contains the gorge and various pastoral elements. In a real city of Springfield's apparent size, all of these districts might exist, but their specific geographic relationships to each other, which is adjacent to which, how far apart they are, what you pass through when traveling between them would be fixed and consistent. In Springfield, those relationships change depending on what the episode requires. The industrial district is on one side of town in some episodes and on a different side in others. The waterfront is accessible from the center of town in some episodes and at a greater distance in others. The quasi-rural outskirts are reachable in a short drive in some episodes and represent a longer journey in others. One of the more interesting geographic details in Springfield is the question of what surrounds it. What state is it in? What other towns are nearby? What is the broader regional context? Shelbyville is the canonical neighboring town, the rival town, the place Springfield defines itself against, the destination of the occasional crosstown adventure. Its position relative to Springfield is depicted differently in different episodes. The specific distance between the two towns, the character of the landscape between them, the route taken to reach one from the other, these are not consistent. In the episode Lemon of Troy, which is one of the series' most beloved explorations of the Springfield-Shelbyville dynamic, the town is depicted as being relatively close to Springfield, close enough for a group of elementary school children to walk there without adult assistance. This is one depiction. In other episodes, the distance between the towns implies a more significant separation. Other towns and cities in the region of Springfield are referenced across the show's run, and the specific geographic relationships among them are not internally consistent. The show uses whichever geographic arrangement serves the current episode's needs, without reference to arrangements used in previous episodes. The question of what state Springfield is in has been so thoroughly discussed in fan circles, in popular media, in academic explorations of the show's geography, that I will only briefly touch on it here, because it is less a continuity error than a deliberate creative decision to maintain productive ambiguity. The show has given contradictory information about Springfield's location in every direction. Different episodes have placed it in different states, facing different geographic directions, adjacent to different regional features. The creator of the show has acknowledged that this ambiguity is intentional. Springfield is meant to be everywhere and nowhere, to be America in the abstract rather than America in the specific. But the mechanism by which this ambiguity is maintained, the repeated, specific contradictions of previously established geographic information, does constitute a form of continuity error in the strict sense. Each specific contradictory detail is a piece of established canon that is directly contradicted by a later piece of established canon. The sum of these contradictions is not incoherence, but rather a kind of strategic impossibility. Springfield is geographically impossible, and this impossibility is the point. The full catalog of Homer's employment history deserves more time than the initial section gave it, because the specific details of individual jobs create their own specific inconsistencies that are worth exploring. Homer's time as a monorail conductor is one of the show's most beloved episodes, written during the show's golden age by a writer who would go on to considerable creative success outside the show. The episode is constructed with extraordinary care. The music is parody musical theater, the plotting is precise, the comedic escalation is textbook perfect. It is genuinely among the finest half hours of comedy in the show's run. Within the episode, Homer is trained to operate a monorail system built by a con man using inferior materials and with no meaningful engineering oversight. The training is, therefore, entirely inadequate preparation for operating a real mass transit system. Homer's competence as a monorail conductor is established at the level required to operate this specific fraudulent monorail in this specific episode, not at the level required to operate real rail infrastructure. But the episode establishes that Homer completed a training program and received some form of certification. He operated the vehicle. He dealt with an emergency. He, in a manner consistent with the episode's comedic logic, saved the day through luck and the specific characteristics of a celebrity appearance. What would be interesting, in a show committed to strict continuity, would be Homer subsequently carrying some residue of this experience. Not operator-level expertise in real monorail technology, that was never what the episode established, but some quality that the experience produced, some relationship to public transportation or rail systems or engineering, that would distinguish the post-monorail Homer from the pre-monorail Homer in some small way. No such residue exists. The post-monorail Homer is indistinguishable from the pre-monorail Homer in any episode that does not specifically revisit the monorail storyline. Homer's time in space is worth dwelling on, because it represents the most extreme version of the skill and experience disposal pattern in his employment history. The episode in which Homer goes to space is constructed with genuine attention to the specifics of spaceflight and NASA culture. The writers researched the material. The episode does not simply send Homer to space, it engages with what that would actually require, what the experience would actually be like, and what the cultural context of commercial space tourism would look like if a person like Homer found himself in it. Homer survives the experience. He performs his astronaut duties with the level of competence the episode establishes as appropriate for the specific mission context. He returns to Earth, and then the episode ends, and Homer is back at the power plant, and 33 subsequent seasons of Springfield life have produced essentially no references to Homer being a person who has been to space. In subsequent episodes that involve discussions of space exploration, Homer sits in rooms where people talk about space without contributing his first-hand knowledge. In subsequent episodes that involve NASA or spaceflight, Homer has no established relationship to either of those things. The episode in which he went to space is celebrated within the show's fan community as one of the great episodes. Within the show's universe, it appears to have had essentially no effect on Homer's life. Homer's brief period as a professional boxer is worth specific attention because of the physical demands involved and the way those demands relate to Homer's general physical characterization. The boxing storyline requires Homer to prepare his body for professional competition. He undergoes training, he diets, he performs the physical work of preparing for a fight. The episode depicts this preparation with enough specificity to establish that Homer is doing something genuinely difficult, that the transformation required to compete as a boxer is real and requires real effort. Homer fights. He takes significant damage during the fight, consistent with the episode's honest acknowledgement that boxing involves being hit. And then, the episode ends. In subsequent episodes, Homer's body is the body it has always been, the body of a man who does not train, who eats poorly, who leads a sedentary professional life. The physical transformation of the boxing episode is not present. The fighting ability established in the boxing episode is not referenced. This is entirely normal for the show's episodic structure, but it is particularly notable in this case because the transformation required for professional boxing is significant enough, and the episode depicted it with enough seriousness that its absence in subsequent episodes feels more conspicuous than similar absences in other job departure episodes. Homer's position as a safety inspector at the nuclear plant, held across the entire run of the show, is the subject of one of the most frequently discussed internal inconsistencies in the show: the 342 safety violations. In a specific episode, a surprise safety inspection of the Springfield nuclear plant finds 342 safety violations. 342. This is a number that the episode presents as genuinely alarming, a measure of how catastrophically the facility has been mismanaged under Burns's ownership and Homer's oversight. The estimated cost to bring the plant into compliance is established as enormous $56 million by some accounts, though this figure has been given slightly differently in different discussions of the episode. Burns refuses to pay it. The episode treats his refusal as consistent with his established character. He is willing to endanger everyone in Springfield rather than pay to fix the dangers he is responsible for. In subsequent episodes, the 342 violations are not mentioned. The plant continues to operate. The regulatory context that the episode briefly establishes, a context in which a facility with this many violations should be facing shutdown or at least mandatory remediation, does not persist as a narrative pressure in subsequent seasons. The violations are real within the episode that establishes them and absent from the reality of every subsequent episode. This is perhaps the clearest example in the show's run of an established fact being quarantined within the episode that establishes it allowed to be real for 22 minutes and then sealed away from the continuity it might otherwise affect. The Homer and Marge high school flashback from The Way We Was is so specifically anchored in 1974 that it deserves further examination because the specificity of its period details makes the floating timeline's subsequent treatment of it more visible. The episode is set on a specific Friday evening in high school. The specific year, 1974, is established through multiple period-accurate details. The news that is referenced, the cultural landscape in the background, the specific fashions and music. These details were chosen carefully in the original production to create an authentic period atmosphere, and they succeed. The episode feels genuinely 1974 in the way that good period work always does, not through explicit labeling, but through the accumulated texture of correct details. The specific age of Homer and Marge in this episode, 17, approximately, consistent with being high school juniors or seniors, combined with the specific year, establishes their birth years as approximately 1956 or 1957. This would make Homer and Marge 68 or 69 years old in the current year of this recording. They are depicted in current episodes as being in their late 30s to mid-40s. The arithmetic is off by approximately 3 decades. The floating timeline has been absorbing this gap for many years. It absorbs it by simply not addressing it by treating the flashback's period details as the relevant truth of the character's emotional history, while treating the present-day age details as the relevant truth of their current situation, and by declining to connect the two in any way that would require the arithmetic to work out. This is not a solution to the problem exactly. It is more like an agreement to ignore the problem in favor of the things about the show that matter more than arithmetic. The relationship Homer and Marge had in high school is emotionally true, regardless of which specific decade it occurred in. The person Homer was when he first fell in love with Marge is the same person, regardless of whether that first meeting happened in 1974 or 1994 or 2004. The arithmetic is wrong. The emotional truth is intact. The show prefers the emotional truth, and so do most of its viewers, and this preference is entirely reasonable. Grandpa Simpson's military service creates a specific subproblem within the larger timeline question, the question of what he actually did in the war. Across the show's many Grandpa episodes, his specific war stories have been told with varying details. In some episodes, he describes himself as having been a combat soldier, someone who saw direct fighting, who was in the thick of things, whose specific wartime experiences involved combat rather than support roles. In other episodes, the specific details of his service suggest a different kind of role, less directly combat-facing, more involved in the operational and logistical aspects of the war effort. The specific battles and theaters he references have not been consistent across different war story episodes. In at least one episode, Grandpa's wartime claims are revealed, within the episode's comedic context, to be somewhat exaggerated or unreliable. The episode makes the point that Grandpa is not always the most accurate chronicler of his own history. This unreliable narrator framing is a useful tool for the show. When dealing with Grandpa's war stories, it allows the show to deploy inconsistent details without those inconsistencies constituting errors, because Grandpa himself cannot be relied upon. But the framing is not consistently applied across Grandpa war story episodes. In some, his accounts are presented as reliable. In others, they are subtly questioned. The variable reliability of the narrator means that the specific inconsistencies in the war stories cannot be neatly resolved by the simple explanation that Grandpa is making things up. The question of when the Simpson children were born, and what the world was like when they were born, creates specific flashback episode problems that are worth examining in detail. In the episode I Married Marge, which tells the story of Homer and Marge's marriage and Bart's birth, specific cultural references establish the time period as approximately 1979 to 1981. The movie that Homer and Marge see in the episode is a specific film from that period. The fashions are period accurate. The general cultural atmosphere is clearly and specifically early 1980s. Bart's birth is depicted as occurring at the end of this period. He arrives in what is, contextually, approximately 1980 or 1981. In the current year of this recording, a person born in 1980 would be approximately 45 years old. Bart is 10. In subsequent flashback episodes that depict Bart's childhood that show Homer and Marge as young parents navigating the specific experiences of early parenthood that establish specific things about what the world was like when Bart was a small child, the period details have changed. The same childhood, depicted in different episodes at different points in the show's run, has occurred in the early 1980s in some episodes and in the early 2000s in others. The general structure of the childhood, the relationships, the experiences, the family dynamics remains the same across these different period settings. The specific era changes, and the characters who would have been born into these different eras, and who would therefore have grown up with completely different cultural reference points, are depicted as identical. Lisa's future, as depicted in the episode Lisa's Wedding from Season 6, creates a specific kind of continuity question that is both forward-looking and backward-looking simultaneously. The episode depicts Lisa as a 23-year-old adult in what was, at the time of its original broadcast, the near future, the year 2010. The episode is a flash-forward, presenting a version of what Lisa's life might look like if the show's timeline were allowed to advance normally. 2010 has now passed. The future depicted in that episode is now the past. And the real 2020-something Lisa would be if the timeline had advanced as the episode depicted, would be in her 30s by the current year of this recording. She is 8. The episode exists in a strange temporal space. It was the future when it aired, it is the past now, and the Lisa it depicts is a version of the character that cannot exist in the show's continuing timeline, because the character's age has not changed in the 30 years since the episode was produced. The specific details of that depicted future, the technology, the social context, the specific state of the world in 2010 are now historically dated rather than futuristic. The episode's vision of the future has been superseded by the actual history of the period it was depicting. The remaining sections deserve expansion across the full range of character, geography, and production topics already introduced to ensure the script reaches its target length. Let me continue through each area with the depth the material deserves. Burns's relationship with Smithers, and the specific question of what Smithers knows about Burns's unusual physiology, creates an interesting continuity thread across the show's many Burns-focused episodes. Smithers is established as knowing things about Burns, about his health, his treatments, his daily routines that other characters do not know. He manages Burns's schedule with a specificity that implies genuine understanding of what Burns requires to function. He is, in the most literal sense, the person who keeps Burns alive. But the specific content of Smithers's knowledge, what he knows about Burns's weekly medical treatments, what he understands about the nature of Burns's extraordinary longevity, how much he is aware of about the true state of Burns's health has been implied differently in different episodes. In some episodes, Smithers appears to have comprehensive understanding of Burns's situation. He knows what treatments are needed, when they are needed, and what happens if they are not administered. His knowledge is deep and specific. In other episodes, Smithers's knowledge appears more operational than comprehensive. He knows the schedule, he executes the logistics, but his understanding of why Burns requires the specific things he requires is presented as less complete. The inconsistency reflects the show's use of the character across different kinds of stories. Episodes that want to emphasize Burns's vulnerability use a Smithers who is keenly aware of how dependent Burns is on the treatments. Episodes that want to emphasize Burns's power and invincibility use a Smithers who is present but whose specific knowledge of Burns's fragility is less foregrounded. The question of Burns's precise age and the specific implications of that age for the show's internal consistency is worth an extended consideration. Burns has been depicted as being old enough to have had a normal childhood in the late 19th century. He has described specific memories from his youth that are consistent with a birth date in the 1880s or earlier. He has referenced events from American history in the early 20th century as personal experiences rather than received historical knowledge. He has also been depicted with relationships to events from the mid-20th century, his Second World War service, his business dealings in the post-war period, his involvement in specific cultural and economic developments of the mid-20th century American economy that would require him to have been a functioning adult during those periods. A man who was a child in the 1880s and a young adult in the 1910s would have been in his 50s or 60s during the Second World War. This is a plausible age for a military officer of senior rank, which is generally how Burns's wartime service has been implied. He was not a young infantry soldier, but someone in a more senior position. After the war, Burns built or expanded his empire. He acquired the nuclear plant, which the show implies he has owned since before Homer's time at the facility, which is to say, for at least 3 decades of the show's established timeline, and presumably more. By the current year date, a man born in the 1880s would be approximately 140 years old. Burns is, in the show's current episodes, depicted as very old and very frail, but also as cognitively sharp and professionally active. 140 years of continuous cognitive function, maintained through the extraordinary medical interventions the show depicts, is the specific miracle that Burns's character represents. Ned Flanders's second wife, Edna Krabappel, created one of the show's more interesting late-era romantic storylines, precisely because it paired 2 characters whose individual histories with the show were so different. Ned is one of the original supporting characters. Edna is almost equally long established. Their marriage, developed across several late-season episodes, represented a genuine character development for both a genuine change in their situations that the show honored with some seriousness, and the handling of Edna's death, following the real-world death of her voice actress Marcia Wallace, was similarly serious, an episode that acknowledged the loss with genuine feeling. In post-Edna episodes, Ned's widowerhood is present and acknowledged, as it was after Maud's death. His life as a man who has lost two wives is a specific and unusual situation, and the show has occasionally engaged with what that means for his character. But the specific texture of Ned's relationship with Edna, what was distinct about his second marriage compared to his first, how the specific personality of Edna Krabappel informed Ned's experience of being married to her is not consistently present in how subsequent episodes draw on his history. Moe's background as a boxer, specifically as someone who competed in a fighting style, described as involving the manipulation of the nose, is established in a specific episode and is one of the character details that fans have noted as inconsistent with Moe's general characterization. Moe is not depicted in most episodes as a man with an athletic background. His physical presence, his relationship to his own body, and his general manner do not suggest a former professional athlete. The boxing episode feels, in retrospect, like a piece of backstory that served a specific episode without integrating into the ongoing character. This is one of the patterns that Moe's character most clearly exemplifies. Each episode that deepens his backstory tends to add a new layer that does not necessarily integrate with the layers added by previous backstory episodes. The child actor history, the boxing history, the various revelations about his family background, the episode-specific details about his emotional life and his romantic failures and his general situation. These accumulate into a character who is very rich in biographical texture and very incoherent as a unified biography. The show is, arguably, aware of this and has used it deliberately. The joke about Moe is partly that he is unknowable, that no consistent truth about him can be assembled from the various things the show has established. He is a mystery who is not worth solving because the mystery's value is in being unsolved. But this deliberate incoherence, while serving a specific comedic purpose, is still a form of continuity error. The specific pieces of established Moe biography that cannot coexist are in contradiction, even if the contradiction is the point. The Springfield Elementary School's history is one of the richer areas of Springfield background lore, and it has its own set of inconsistencies that are worth examining. The school was founded at some point in Springfield's past, and specific episodes have depicted aspects of its founding and early history. These depictions are not entirely consistent with each other. The specific year of the school's founding has been given differently in different episodes. The circumstances of its construction, who built it, on what land, under what mandate have been told in ways that do not fully agree. The school's curriculum, the specific subjects taught, the specific grade levels and their requirements has been depicted with broadly consistent general character, while varying in specific detail across episodes. The show has never established a rigorous and consistent picture of what Springfield Elementary actually teaches, or how its educational program is organized. Different episodes use different grade-level activities and academic requirements, and these do not always form a coherent picture of the school's academic culture. Principal Skinner's specific educational background and professional credentials are established in certain episodes and not in others. The nature of his administrative role, the specific extent of his authority over the school's operations, and the specific relationship between his role and the broader school district administration have been depicted differently in different episodes. The Springfield town government, the mayor's office, the city council, the various municipal departments and their relationships to each other has been depicted inconsistently across the show's run. Mayor Quimby, who functions as Springfield's perpetually corrupt and comically inept civic leader, has occupied the mayor's office for essentially the entire run of the show. He has been in danger of losing office in various episodes and has survived various scandals. His continued tenure across 36 seasons, despite the specific events of many individual episodes, is the political equivalent of Homer's continued employment at the plant, an episodic reset applied to a political situation. Quimby's specific political relationships, his relationship to the city council, to the state government, to federal authorities, have been depicted differently in different episodes. The mechanisms by which he maintains power, and the specific vulnerabilities that various episodes have exploited, do not add up to a coherent political portrait. The specific departments of Springfield city government, the police department, the fire department, the public works department, the various regulatory and administrative functions that a city of Springfield's scale would require, have been depicted with variable consistency. Chief Wiggum's police department is probably the most consistently depicted of these, but even Wiggum's department has internal inconsistencies in terms of its staffing, its resources, and its specific institutional relationships. Springfield's media landscape, the local television stations, the Springfield Shopper newspaper, the various other media outlets that have appeared across the show, has its own set of inconsistencies. The local television news operation, anchored by Kent Brockman, is one of the show's more consistently depicted media institutions. Brockman's specific characterization, his pompous professionalism, his barely concealed self-interest, his specific rhetorical style is maintained with reasonable consistency across his many appearances. But the specific details of the television station he works for, its call letters, its ownership structure, its relationship to other Springfield media, have been depicted differently in different episodes. The physical studio from which he broadcasts has appeared in different configurations. The relationship of the news operation to other departments of the station is not consistent. The Springfield Shopper, the town's newspaper, has been depicted as both a serious local news operation and a deeply unserious tabloid, depending on what each individual episode requires. Its editorial standards, its relationship to the truth, and its specific position in Springfield's civic life are not consistent. In the area of production errors specifically, the transition from traditional cell animation to digital production in the early 2000s created a specific set of visual changes that are worth cataloging in some detail. The shift to digital changed not just the characters' colors but the entire visual grammar of the show. The backgrounds, which in the cell era had a specific painted quality, warm, slightly imprecise, with a texture that came from the physical properties of the paints and inks used, acquired a different quality in the digital era. The digital backgrounds are sharper, more precisely rendered, with a different relationship to line and color than the cell backgrounds. This change is most visible in interior scenes where background details are important, in the Simpson house, in Moe's Tavern, in the nuclear plant, where the specific quality of the background rendering affects how the space feels. The digital interiors of these spaces feel slightly different from their cell predecessors, not better or worse, but different in ways that are specific to the changed production process. The character shadows, the way characters cast shadows in their environments, also changed across the production transition. In the cell era, shadows were simplified and somewhat inconsistent across episodes. In the digital era, they became more uniform, more precisely positioned, but also sometimes slightly unnatural in their quality. The show's audio production, its specific sound design choices, its approach to ambient sound in different locations, its music scoring has also varied across its run in ways that create a kind of sonic inconsistency parallel to the visual inconsistency. Moe's Tavern, as a location with a specific ambient sound, has been recorded and rendered with different audio qualities across different seasons. The specific texture of the room's sound, the way voices interact with the space, the background music that plays in some episodes but not others, the specific ambient noise that indicates a bar in operation changes across the show's production history. The nuclear plant has its own specific ambient sound that is broadly consistent but specifically variable. The humming of industrial machinery, the specific sounds associated with Homer's workstation, and the equipment around it have been rendered differently in different seasons. These audio inconsistencies are invisible to most viewers in normal viewing conditions, because audio is processed less consciously than visual information in television contexts. But in careful, close listening, the kind of listening that extended attention to a single show across many years eventually produces they become part of the texture of the show's accumulated inconsistency. The show's approach to Homer's physical capabilities is one of its most consistent, large-scale inconsistencies. Homer has endured physical trauma across the show's run that, in any realistic assessment, would kill a normal human being many times over. He has been shot, electrocuted, run over, fallen from heights, been in explosions, been crushed by objects, been attacked by animals, and subjected to various other physical insults of serious severity. He has survived all of these events, not survived them with permanent damage, not emerged from them permanently impaired, with reduced physical function, with the kind of lasting consequences that serious physical trauma produces in real human bodies. He has survived them and reset, episode after episode, to the same physical baseline. The show has addressed this implicitly through jokes about Homer's extraordinary resilience, through the radiation theory that fans have constructed to explain his unusual biology, and through the coma theory that frames his survival as a function of dreaming rather than physical reality. None of these are the show's official explanation. The official explanation is that Homer survives these things because the show requires him to, and the show does not require him to be permanently damaged by them. But across 36 years of depicted physical trauma, the cumulative picture of Homer's body and its capabilities is genuinely extraordinary. He is, in terms of his resistance to physical damage, effectively superhuman. This superhuman resistance is not acknowledged as a specific characteristic of his character or biology. It simply is the case, episode after episode, year after year. The extended family members and peripheral characters of Springfield who have appeared in single episodes and then ceased to exist within the show's universe are worth cataloging briefly, because their collective absence creates a kind of ghost population, people who exist in Springfield's history but not in its present. The specific neighbors who populated Evergreen Terrace in the earliest seasons, including the Winfields, who were established as long-term neighborhood residents before disappearing without explanation, are part of this ghost population. They were there, and then they were not, and the show never explained the transition. The various friends and acquaintances that the Simpson children made in specific episodes, friends who were central to those episodes' stories, who were depicted as part of the regular social fabric of their school or neighborhood, who seemed like they would be recurring presences, often appear in that one episode and then never again. This is, again, a normal feature of episodic television. Not every character introduced can or should become a recurring presence. But across 36 seasons, the accumulated population of people who existed in Springfield for an episode and then ceased to exist is large enough to constitute a significant and documentable pattern. The Simpsons movie, as the single most significant production event in the show's history outside of regular episodes, deserves final consideration in the context of this script's overall examination of continuity and error. The movie was produced with an extraordinary level of care and creative investment years of development, the involvement of many of the show's key creative figures, and a budget that exceeded anything the regular series could access. It was, by any measure, a major creative undertaking, and it is, by any measure of strict continuity, the show's most significant unresolved narrative thread. The environmental crisis depicted in the movie, the sealing of Springfield under a government-imposed dome, the forced relocation of the Simpson family, the ultimate resolution of the crisis and the dome's removal is a sequence of events so dramatic, so unprecedented in the show's history of depicted events, that its subsequent absence from the regular show's narrative is the most visible single example of the reset button at work. After the movie, Springfield continues, the plant continues, Burns continues, Homer returns to his workstation. The town is the same town it was before the dome, with no reference to the dome, no visible consequence of having been sealed under glass by the federal government, no persistent change in the relationship between Springfield's residents and the environmental situation that produced the crisis. The reset here is not quiet. It is not the small gradual reset of a floating timeline or an episodic character who forgets a previous job. It is the complete narrative erasure of the largest single event in Springfield's depicted history. The dome went up. The dome came down. Nothing changed. This is the show, in its purest and most naked form, choosing the loop over consequence, choosing the continuation of the established situation over any real reckoning with what has occurred, choosing the same house on the same street with the same family and the same problems, because that is what the show is and what it will always be. It is frustrating, in the way that narrative shortcuts are frustrating when they are visible. It is also in some sense exactly right, because the show's greatest and most honest statement about itself is that it does not end. It does not transform. It does not have consequences that stick. It has episodes. And after each episode, it resets. And the reset is not a failure. The reset is the form. Springfield is a place built on the premise that tomorrow will be the same as today, that the loop will close and reopen, that the tire fire will go on burning, and the gorge will go on being wherever it needs to be, and Homer will go on being Homer, and the staircase will go on being wherever the camera needs it to be. This is the show's deepest nature, expressed not through any single episode or any single continuity choice, but through the accumulated weight of 36 years of small, beautiful, inevitable mistakes. And it is, when you sit with it long enough, when you let the accumulated weight of it settle around you in whatever quiet hour, this has become something very close to peace. Good night. Thank you for being here. Comment where you are. Subscribe if you want to come back. We will be here. Springfield will be here. It always is. There is an entire world of Springfield's secondary characters whose biographies and characterizations have accumulated inconsistencies across 36 seasons that deserve dedicated attention. These are the people who populate the background of the show, who give Springfield its texture and its sense of being a real and populated place, and who have been depicted across decades without the kind of rigorous continuity management that the main family receives. Chief Clancy Wiggum is one of the show's most reliably present supporting characters. The head of Springfield's police department, a man whose specific blend of incompetence, self-interest, and occasional genuine warmth has been a consistent element of the show's comic texture across its entire run. Wiggum's voice, an iconic nasal performance that is immediately recognizable, has been broadly consistent across the show's run. But listeners familiar with the character across many seasons can identify subtle shifts in the vocal performance's specific character across different production eras. The voice is always Wiggum and always recognizable, but it is not precisely identical across all appearances. Wiggum's specific police history, his training, his certification, his professional background before becoming chief, has been implied differently in different episodes. The circumstances under which he became chief of police and the specific professional qualifications that position would require are not consistently established. Some episodes imply that his position is the result of political appointment rather than professional merit. Others treat him as having a more legitimate professional background than his behavior would suggest. His family situation, his marriage to Sarah Wiggum, his relationship with his son Ralph, the specific texture of the Wiggum household has been depicted with broad consistency while varying in specific detail. Sarah Wiggum's characterization is not entirely consistent across her appearances. Ralph Wiggum's specific level of intellectual development, which is a source of much of the character's comedy, varies between episodes in ways that suggest different writers had different conceptions of exactly how far Ralph is from normal developmental expectations. Ralph Wiggum's most famous lines, the non sequiturs and seemingly random observations that have become some of the show's most quoted comedy, are deployed with different degrees of specificity in different episodes. In some episodes, Ralph's cognitive situation is treated with something approaching genuine sensitivity. There is a real child there, with a real perspective, and the comedy is not entirely at his expense. In others, the character is deployed more purely as a delivery mechanism for absurdist lines, with less attention to the interior of the character. Apu Nahasapi Mapatilon's biography is one of the show's richer supporting character backstories, and it has been developed with more specific care across more episodes than most non-family characters receive. His immigration story from India to the United States, through graduate school, to the Quick E-Mart is one of the show's more consistently maintained biographical threads. The specific details of his graduate work, his academic credentials, the circumstances of his immigration and naturalization, these have been depicted with some consistency across the episodes that address them. But Apu's relationship to his homeland, to his family of origin, and to his cultural and religious background has been depicted differently in different episodes. The specific content of his Hindu faith practice, the extent and character of his connection to his family in India, the specific nature of his immigration circumstances, these have varied. His wife, Manjula's characterization, introduced in later seasons with the marriage storyline, is another area where specific details have not always been consistent across the episodes that feature her. The specific texture of the Nahasapi Mapatilon marriage, Apu's relationship to his arranged marriage, the evolution of his and Manjula's relationship over time has been handled with variable consistency. The octuplets, who are among the more dramatic supporting character developments in the show's middle seasons, created a specific ongoing situation that the show engaged with for several seasons and then allowed to fade. The 8 children are established as real presences in Apu's life, and their existence creates specific practical and emotional circumstances that the show explored in the episodes surrounding their birth. The subsequent diminishing of these circumstances, the gradual fade of the octuplets from Apu's depicted life, represents one of the more significant examples of a supporting character situation being introduced and then not maintained. Patty and Selma Bouvier are, as Marge's sisters, among the most reliably present supporting characters in the show's run. Their specific characterization, the mutual antagonism with Homer, the deep bonds with Marge, The specific texture of their individual personalities and shared history is broadly consistent across many years of appearances. But specific elements of their individual biographies have been treated with variable consistency across different episodes. Selma's many marriages, the specific number, the specific order, the specific circumstances of each, are a point of ongoing debate among fans of the show who have tried to construct a definitive marital history. Different episodes give different impressions of where Selma is in her marital history at any given point. Episodes that make her romantic situation central to the story establish specific details about her current status. Episodes that use her in other contexts do not always honor those specific details. The most famous of Selma's marriages, her union with Sideshow Bob, which is one of the show's more structurally interesting relationship crossovers, is brief and turbulent, ending when Bob's criminal motivations for the marriage are revealed. This marriage occupies a specific place in both Selma's biography and Bob's. For Bob, it represents one of his more elaborate criminal schemes. For Selma, it represents one of a series of romantic disappointments. Their shared position in the show's continuity, two characters whose biographies intersect through this one episode, creates a specific kind of continuity thread that is referenced in some subsequent appearances of each character and absent in others. Sideshow Mel is the character who replaced Bob as Krusty's sidekick and who has been a consistent background presence in the show since his introduction. He is, in terms of raw screen time, one of the show's more substantial supporting presences. And in terms of biographical development, he is one of the most opaque. Mel's background, why he became a sidekick, what his life was before the Krusty show, the specific content of his personal history is almost entirely unexplored. He exists in the show as a functional character whose specific identity is largely defined by his role rather than by any developed backstory. His voice, performance, and the specific vocal mannerisms that define him are the primary vehicle of his characterization. This opacity is partly a conscious choice. Mel is not the character the show developed deeply, because Bob is the character the show developed deeply, and Mel's function is partly to be the lesser, more stable sidekick whose presence highlights what Bob brought to the role when he had it. But across 36 seasons, the complete absence of biographical development for a character this consistently present creates its own kind of inconsistency. Mel appears in episode after episode, year after year, without the show ever providing a framework for understanding who he is beyond his role. The character is fully present and essentially unknown. Reverend Timothy Lovejoy, who ministers to Springfield's primary Protestant congregation, is another character whose biography has been treated with variable consistency across his many appearances. Lovejoy's faith, or rather, the specific quality and character of his faith across different episodes, is one of the more interesting running inconsistencies in the show. In some episodes, Lovejoy's commitment to his religious calling is depicted as genuine and sincere, if somewhat weary. He is a man who has been ministering to Springfield for a long time and has been worn down by the experience, but whose underlying faith is real. In other episodes, Lovejoy is depicted as almost completely disengaged from the spiritual content of his role. He goes through the motions. He delivers sermons that are barely connected to any religious content. He is a bureaucrat of the spirit rather than its genuine practitioner. Both characterizations are funny in different ways. The weary but sincere Lovejoy is a specific comedy of institutional faith. The completely disengaged Lovejoy is a different kind of comedy, more cynical and more broadly satirical. The show uses both as needed, without committing to either as the definitive version. Lovejoy's wife Helen, whose specific role as the town's most aggressive arbiter of moral standards has been a consistent element of the show's social satire, is another character whose specific biography and motivations have varied across different episodes. Her relationship with Lovejoy himself, the texture of their marriage, the specific ways their personalities interact in domestic contexts versus public contexts, has been handled differently in different episodes. Dr. Nick Riviera, the show's spectacularly incompetent physician, is a character whose specific medical history and qualifications have been implied differently across his many appearances. Nick's core characterization, his cheerful incompetence, his catchphrase greeting, his complete disregard for the standards of medical practice is consistent across the show's run. He is one of the show's more reliably drawn comedic figures. But the specific nature of his training, the specific circumstances under which he obtained his medical credentials, and the specific regulatory environment that has allowed him to continue practicing, despite his obvious unsuitability, have been implied differently in different episodes. Some episodes establish that Nick obtained his credentials in a foreign country or through a disreputable institution. Others imply a history of regulatory action that he has somehow survived. The specific Springfield medical establishment's relationship to Nick, whether other doctors know about his practice and have failed to address it, or whether his presence has somehow slipped through institutional oversight, is not consistent. Nick's relationship to the main Simpson family is another area of variable consistency. He has treated Homer, Marge, and the children across various episodes, and his specific history with each of them has not always been coherent. Episodes that establish a specific prior relationship between Nick and a specific family member are not always honored by subsequent episodes that use the same relationship. The specific handling of Springfield's economy is an area of sustained inconsistency across the show's run. Springfield has been depicted as a thriving mid-sized city, a struggling Rust Belt city, a desperate post-industrial community, a comfortable suburban community, and various other economic conditions depending on what the plot requires. The level of prosperity or hardship visible in Springfield's streets, businesses, and residential areas changes between episodes. The nuclear plant, which is established as Springfield's primary industrial employer, has been described as contributing to the local economy in different ways across different episodes. In some episodes, the plant is central to Springfield's economic health. Its closure or reduced operation would devastate the local economy. In others, the plant's economic significance to the town is less prominent. The general employment situation in Springfield, the local unemployment rate, the availability of other significant employers, the economic opportunities available to Springfield residents beyond the plant has been depicted differently in different episodes. Springfield's retail and commercial landscape has also changed across the show's run. Specific businesses have appeared, operated for an episode or a season, and then ceased to exist without in-show explanation. The general commercial health of downtown Springfield, whether businesses are thriving or struggling, whether there are vacancies or full occupancy, has varied. The religious landscape of Springfield is another area of recurring inconsistency. Reverend Lovejoy's Church is Springfield's primary Protestant congregation and its most frequently depicted religious institution. The congregation's specific size and the specific relationship of the Simpsons and other established characters to it has varied across episodes. In some episodes, the church appears to have a substantial and engaged congregation. In others, the same church appears nearly empty or minimally attended. The specific parishioners visible in different episodes are not entirely consistent. Background congregants change between episodes, and specific named characters are present in some services and absent from others. The show has also depicted other religious communities in Springfield. Catholic, Jewish, and various other faith traditions have been portrayed across different episodes. Their relationships to each other and to the broader social fabric of Springfield have been depicted differently in different episodes. Ned Flanders' more specific and intense faith practice, his relationship to the local religious community, his participation in activities beyond the regular Sunday service, his involvement in specific faith-based organizations and activities has been depicted with variable consistency across his many appearances. Springfield's educational system beyond the elementary school level is an area that creates specific continuity questions when examined across the show's run. Springfield High School, which Bart and Lisa are presumably headed toward eventually, despite their inability to age, appears in a number of episodes involving the show's teenage characters or in flashback sequences showing Homer and Marge's high school years. Its specific layout, its faculty, its social culture, and its geographic relationship to the elementary school are not entirely consistent across these different appearances. Springfield University, which features in at least one extended storyline involving Homer taking classes, is depicted in a specific way in those episodes and with a different apparent character in other episodes, where it is referenced. The show's handling of death more broadly, not just the specific famous deaths of named characters, but the general way that Springfield's universe relates to mortality, is an area of fascinating and somewhat unresolved inconsistency. The show occupies a space between realistic consequences and cartoon logic in its relationship to death that is not entirely stable across its run. In some episodes, specific deaths are treated with full and lasting weight. In others, what appear to be fatal events produce no lasting consequence. The distinction between these two modes is not always clearly signaled within the episode where the event occurs. Sometimes, in the moment of viewing, that this is a real death, and sometimes you only know in retrospect when the character either does or does not return. This uncertainty about the stakes of any given apparently fatal event is a specific quality of the show that is produced by its long history of variable treatment of death. Viewers who have watched the show across decades have developed a calibrated sense of which deaths will stick and which will not, a sense based on the accumulated evidence of how the show has treated similar situations in the past. But this calibration is not perfect, and the show has occasionally defied expectations in both directions, treating as permanent what seemed likely to reset, and resetting what seemed likely to stick. The show's relationship to its own production history, its awareness of having been made, its meta-commentary on its own conventions and limitations is an element that creates its own category of continuity complications. The Simpsons has, across its run, made explicit reference to its own status as a television show, to the conventions of episodic animation, and to the audience's awareness of watching a constructed fictional world. This meta-awareness is an established and celebrated element of the show's comic register. But meta-awareness creates a specific continuity problem. When the show acknowledges its own conventions, it is simultaneously operating within those conventions and commenting on them from outside. The commentary can expose the convention's internal inconsistency in ways that the convention, deployed without comment, would conceal. An episode that jokes about the show's inability to maintain continuity is also, necessarily, an episode that is not maintaining continuity. The joke and the error coexist in the same moment. This is not a failure of the show. It is the show doing something genuinely complex, embracing its own inconsistency as a source of comedy, while producing more inconsistency in the process. The show's audio mix, the specific balance between dialogue, ambient sound, music, and sound effects is not consistent across its run. The shift from mono to stereo to Dolby audio across different production eras created specific changes in how the show's audio environment is rendered. The spatial character of sound in different locations, the way voices interact with the acoustic environments of the various Springfield settings, changed across these production transitions. The music scoring, as noted in the primary sections, changed significantly with the change in composers. But the music also changed in smaller ways across different production eras within the original composer's tenure, the specific orchestral resources available, the amount of original music versus tracked music from previous episodes, the specific quality of the recording environment. All of these created small but documentable variations in the show's sonic character across different seasons. The specific sound effects associated with specific recurring events, the quick E-Mart door, Homer's vocalization of dismay, the specific sound of the plant's warning klaxon, have been rendered with broad consistency but specific variation across the show's run. The question of what Homer actually knows, what the content of his mind actually is, what information he has retained from his varied experiences and his unusual life is one of the show's most persistently inconsistent characterization elements. Homer has demonstrated knowledge in specific episodes that is inconsistent with his established intelligence level. He has deployed expertise in specific contexts that his character, as generally depicted, should not possess. These moments of unexpected competence are sometimes explained within the episode and sometimes not explained at all. The inverse is also true. Homer has demonstrated ignorance in specific episodes about things that his history of experience should have taught him. He is surprised by situations he has faced before. He fails to apply knowledge he has previously demonstrated. The specific content of his mind, what he knows and does not know, what he remembers and does not remember, is calibrated to the needs of each individual episode, rather than to any consistent cognitive portrait. The Crayon in the Brain episode, which is one of the show's more ambitious attempts to provide a canonical explanation for Homer's cognitive limitations, is itself subject to a continuity question. The episode establishes that removing the crayon would restore Homer's intelligence to a higher level, and that the crayon's presence is the primary cause of his cognitive limitations. But Homer's cognitive limitations are present throughout the show's earlier seasons before the crayon's existence is established as a fact. The pre-crayon Homer is as cognitively limited as the post-crayon Homer, which means either the crayon was always there, not established until significantly later in the show's run, or Homer's cognitive situation has other causes that the crayon episode does not account for. The specific geography of the Simpson house's upstairs bathroom, another recurring interior location, has been depicted with the usual variable consistency. Homer's daily bathroom routine is a recurring element in episodes that deal with the family's morning schedule or domestic logistics. The bathroom in which he performs this routine has been depicted in different configurations across different episodes. The size of the room, the position of the fixtures, the view from the bathroom window, and the relationship of the bathroom to the adjacent bedrooms all vary. The downstairs bathroom, when it appears, is another space that does not have a fixed relationship to the rest of the first floor in different episodes. The show has occasionally used bathroom scenes for both comedy and genuine character moments, moments of private reflection, of difficult conversations, of small domestic revelations, and these scenes take place in a space that is not architecturally fixed. Homer and Marge's marriage is one of the show's most consistent and carefully maintained ongoing threads, and the quality of their relationship, the specific texture of their love, the ways they struggle and reconnect and find each other again, is among the most reliably honest things the show has produced across its run. But even their marriage has its specific inconsistencies. The specific number of times Homer and Marge have come close to separation, or actually separated, or faced specific crises in their relationship, is not easily resolved into a coherent marital history. Episodes that bring the marriage to what feel like genuine breaking points are followed by episodes in which the marriage is completely stable, without reference to the previous crisis. This is episodic television operating as episodic television does. The marriage resets between crises because the show requires a functioning marriage as its structural foundation. But the specific weight of those crises, which ones constituted genuine near endings, and which were more easily resolved, has varied depending on which creative team was telling the story. Marge and Homer's wedding, which has been depicted in detail in at least 2 episodes with different emphases and slightly different contextual details, is another area where the specific record of a significant event has been told with some variation. The wedding is real. Its specific circumstances have been depicted in ways that are consistent in general outline and variable in specific detail. The show's food, the specific things characters eat, the specific foods associated with specific characters, the particular relationship Homer has with donuts and beer and pork chops and various other food items, is an area of minor but genuine inconsistency. Homer's relationship to donuts is one of the show's most famous character details. His love of donuts is established early and maintained consistently. But the specific kind of donuts he prefers, the specific toppings, flavors, and varieties, has been depicted differently in different episodes. In some episodes, Homer has a strong preference for specific donut types. In others, the donut is simply a donut, and the specific variety is not relevant. Homer's relationship to beer, to Duff Beer specifically, which is Springfield's canonical beer brand, is similarly broadly consistent while specifically variable. The specific content of his beer preference, the situations in which he drinks Duff versus other beverages, and the exact character of his relationship to alcohol as a component of his daily life are not entirely consistent across episodes. The Duff beer brand itself, as a product within Springfield's universe, has been depicted with different product lines, different marketing, and different corporate histories in different episodes. The show's use of Duff as a recurring brand element has been primarily focused on Homer's relationship to the product rather than on the brand's specific internal consistency. The teachers of Springfield Elementary, beyond Edna Krabappel and Miss Hoover, have been depicted across the series with the variable consistency typical of secondary characters. Specific substitute teachers who appear in episodes involving classroom disruption or unusual academic circumstances have been drawn differently in different episodes. The general culture of Springfield Elementary's teaching staff, the social dynamics of the faculty room, the specific professional relationships among teachers has been depicted with impressionistic consistency while varying in specific detail. The school's student body, beyond the main child characters, is populated by recurring student characters whose appearances and characterizations vary in consistency. Some of the more established student characters, Milhouse, Nelson, Martin Prince, Sherry, and Terry, are maintained with reasonable consistency in their general characterization, while specific details of their biographies and situations change across different episodes. Martin Prince's characterization in particular is one that has been handled with variable consistency across the show's run. His intellectual superiority, his social awkwardness, his specific academic interests, and his family situation have all been depicted differently in different episodes. The Martin of some episodes is specifically and richly characterized. The Martin of other episodes is a one-dimensional stereotype deployed for a quick joke. The show's depiction of Springfield's sports culture is an area of recurring inconsistency. Springfield has been shown to have baseball, football, bowling, boxing, and various other sports either as professional franchises or as significant community activities. The show's treatment of these sports, the specific teams, the specific athletes, the specific cultural context of sports in Springfield has not been entirely consistent. The Springfield Isotopes, Springfield's minor league baseball team, have appeared in a number of episodes and represent one of the show's more sustained fictional sports franchise references. But the specific details of the team, their league affiliation, their stadium location, their specific history have varied. The Springfield Atoms, the football team referenced in certain episodes, similarly have an inconsistent specific history. The show has built episodes around Springfield's relationship to professional football without fully committing to a consistent picture of what that relationship looks like or what the team's specific situation is. What remains after all of this careful cataloging of inconsistency is not a diminished show. It is not a careless show. It is not even, in the deepest sense, an inconsistent show, because the inconsistencies are not random noise, but rather the accumulated record of something alive and changing across an extraordinarily long time. The Simpsons is the longest-running scripted primetime television show in American history. This fact is routinely cited as a measure of the show's cultural dominance. It is also a description of the challenge it represents to any notion of consistent world-building. Maintaining consistency across 36 seasons is not simply difficult. It may be impossible. The volume of material, the number of creative contributors, the rate of production, the changing tastes and needs of the audience, the evolution of the production process itself, these factors combine to make perfect continuity not just unlikely but essentially unachievable. The show's response to this challenge has not been to pretend the inconsistencies do not exist, or to apologize for them, or to retroactively address them all. The show's response has been to do what only a show confident in its own identity can do. To keep making the next episode, with the next creative team, telling the next story, with the full knowledge that the continuity will be imperfect, and the honest conviction that imperfect continuity in service of good stories is worth more than perfect continuity in service of weaker ones. The mistakes are the show's gift to its most attentive audience. They are the evidence that this is handmade, that each episode was made by people, not algorithms, and that people, however skilled and talented and dedicated, cannot be fully continuous with each other across time. The staircase moves because different people drew it in different places. The gorge wanders because different writers placed it in different positions. Homer forgets his jobs because each episode's writers were focused on the next job, not the last one. The timeline drifts because the story always needed to happen now, and now kept changing. And all of this, the moving staircase, the wandering gorge, the drifting timeline, the forgotten jobs, the variable eye colors, and the inconsistent floor plans, and the characters whose backstories cannot be reconciled, all of it adds up to something that no perfectly maintained continuity could produce. A sense that Springfield is real, that it has been lived in, that it accumulates like a real place accumulates, with all the inconsistency and selective memory and unresolved detail that real places carry. You cannot draw a perfect floor plan of the Simpson house, but you know it when you're in it. You cannot fix the gorge to a single geographic position, but you know where Springfield ends. You cannot hold all of Homer's jobs in your head simultaneously, but you know who Homer is. That is the show's achievement, sustained across 36 years and 800 episodes and more continuity errors than any catalog could fully capture. It built a world that feels real by making the same kinds of mistakes that real worlds make. And if you know where to look, and you do, now, having spent these hours in Springfield together, you can see the mistakes everywhere, gently accumulating, quietly telling the story of how something was made, which is its own kind of beautiful. There are areas of the show's accumulated inconsistency that have not yet received their full due in this script, and this final section is dedicated to moving through them with the same slow, attentive care we have brought to everything else. The specific geography of Springfield's residential districts, beyond Evergreen Terrace, is an area worth spending time in. Springfield has multiple residential neighborhoods, or at least multiple distinct residential areas that appear across different episodes as settings for stories involving characters who live in different parts of town. The relationship of these neighborhoods to each other and to the town's central landmarks has not been consistently established. There is a part of Springfield that functions as the poor district where characters of lower economic status live, where certain stories involving economic hardship are set, where the physical evidence of poverty is visible in the buildings and streets. This district has been located in different directions from the town center in different episodes. Its relationship to the Simpsons' own neighborhood, which is meant to be solidly middle class rather than wealthy, is not fixed. There is also a part of Springfield that functions as the wealthy district where Burns's mansion is located, where the upper-class characters who appear in various episodes live, where the physical evidence of prosperity is visible. This district similarly appears in different geographic positions across different episodes. The relationship between these districts and the Simpsons' own middle-class neighborhood, which is in the middle, both economically and geographically, between the poor and wealthy ends of town changes across episodes. The specific distance and travel time from Evergreen Terrace to Burns's mansion, for instance, has been implied very differently in different episodes. Burns's mansion is itself one of the show's most inconsistently depicted major locations. The exterior of the mansion, its general scale, its architectural character, its formal grounds is broadly consistent across the show's many exterior establishing shots. It is large. It is imposing. It reads clearly as the home of an extremely wealthy man with very old-fashioned taste. The interior is another story. The mansion's interior is vast, genuinely enormous, with rooms enough for any conceivable purpose and more. But the specific rooms, their layout, and their relationship to each other change across different episodes. The room in which Burns is most often shown receiving visitors, conducting business, or engaging in his characteristic villainy is not always the same room. The number of stairs between the ground floor and the upper levels varies. The location of the mansion's exits relative to the room Burns is in changes between episodes. The mansion's grounds, the gardens, the pool if any, the surrounding landscape, the approach from the public road have been depicted differently in different episodes. The specific features visible outside the mansion's windows change. This is entirely expected given the show's general approach to interior geography. But the mansion's inconsistency is worth noting specifically because it is one of the most important recurring locations in the show, and because the inconsistency is particularly visible given how dramatically the space is supposed to differ from ordinary Springfield settings. Smithers' home, which appears in certain episodes involving his personal life rather than his professional role, is depicted with the kind of minimal consistency expected of a location that appears rarely. But the specific character of Smithers' domestic situation where he lives, what his home is like, what his personal life looks like when separated from his role as Burns' assistant, has been depicted differently in different episodes that touch on these aspects of his life. The relationship between his professional devotion to Burns and his personal circumstances outside the mansion is not consistent. The specific mechanics of how information travels in Springfield, how quickly news spreads, what the specific channels are through which the town learns about events, how the various institutions of Springfield information transmission, the newspaper, the local television news, the informal networks of gossip, operate have been depicted differently in different episodes. Kent Brockman's news organization, which serves as the show's primary vehicle for depicting how Springfield receives information about events, operates with variable speed and comprehensiveness depending on what the episode requires. In episodes that need the news to spread quickly, Brockman's coverage is immediate and comprehensive. In episodes where slower information spread serves the story, the news operation is correspondingly slower. The specific mechanics of how the television signal reaches Springfield residents, what channel Brockman's station is on, what the competitive landscape of Springfield's television market looks like, have been implied differently in different episodes. Homer's relationship to technology is one of the more interesting ongoing characterization threads in the show, and it has been handled with variable consistency. Homer's understanding of and comfort with technology changes dramatically between episodes. In some, he is entirely befuddled by devices that most adults use comfortably. In others, he demonstrates surprising facility with technology that his general characterization would not lead you to expect. This variability is partly the floating timeline. The specific technology available has changed enormously across 36 years, and Homer's relationship to any specific technology is partly a function of what that technology represents in the cultural moment of each episode. But the variability is also partly a characterization inconsistency. The Homer who cannot figure out a television remote in one episode is not quite the same Homer who operates a nuclear facility's control panel, however inadequately, in another. The specific content of his technological understanding has been calibrated to the needs of individual episodes, rather than to a consistent picture of what he knows and does not know about how machines work. The Springfield DMV, which appears in several episodes involving driving tests, license renewal, and the general bureaucratic administration of driver licensing, is another institutional presence in the show that has been depicted with inconsistent specifics. Patty and Selma work at the DMV. This is established early in the show and maintained consistently as one of their defining professional facts. The specific character of the DMV as a workplace, and the specific administrative culture of that workplace, has been depicted differently in different episodes. In some, the DMV is a place of grinding bureaucratic tedium, where time passes slowly and the work is soul-deadening in its repetitiveness. In others, the same location is depicted with a slightly different atmosphere. The physical layout of the DMV, the specific configuration of desks, waiting areas, and processing windows has not been consistent across its various appearances. Marge's relationship to her own past, her specific memories of childhood and young adulthood, the things she values about where she came from, and what she has become, is a thread that appears across many episodes and has been developed with genuine care in certain individual episodes, while being treated more lightly in others. Marge's ambitions beyond her role as a homemaker and mother are one of the show's recurring thematic concerns. In various episodes, Marge discovers or rediscovers a talent, a calling, an interest that suggests a version of herself that is more fully realized than the domestic role she primarily occupies. These episodes are often among the show's more emotionally honest and affecting. They take Marge seriously as a character with interior life and frustrated potential. But the specific ambitions and talents identified in these episodes do not persist between them. Marge's talent for painting, when established in one episode, does not carry forward as a dimension of her character in subsequent episodes where it would be relevant. Her ability in real estate or food service or various other areas where specific episodes have shown her capable, similarly does not persist. This is the same pattern that affects Homer's employment history, applied to Marge in the context of her life outside the home. The episodic nature of the show means that the version of Marge who discovered a new dimension of herself in last season's episode is not quite the same Marge who begins the current episode at her established domestic baseline. The specific character of the Simpson children's friendships, Bart's relationships with Milhouse, Nelson, and various other Springfield elementary students, Lisa's relationships with her various short-term friends and occasional confidantes is another area of ongoing inconsistency. Bart's friendship with Milhouse is the show's most consistently maintained peer relationship across its run. The specific texture of their friendship, the way Milhouse is devoted to Bart in a way that is not always reciprocated, the specific activities they share, the way the friendship functions in different episode contexts, is broadly consistent while varying in specific detail. But Bart's other friendships, the more episodic ones, have created specific characters whose subsequent absences from Bart's life are visible in episodes where the friendship established in a previous episode would naturally be relevant. Lisa's friendships are, as the character of Lisa would suggest, more fraught with difficulty and more episodic in their structure. She forms connections that are significant in specific episodes and absent from others. The recurring theme of Lisa's isolation of her difficulty finding peers who match her intellectual level and her sensibility is one of the show's most consistent characterization threads. But the specific characters who briefly become close to Lisa in specific episodes and then disappear from her life create a pattern of episodic connection that serves the theme while producing specific continuity questions. The Springfield retirement castle, where Grandpa Abe Simpson lives, is a recurring location whose specific layout and staff have been depicted with variable consistency. The castle is established as a somewhat grim institutional setting, understaffed, underfunded, operating at a level below what its residents deserve. This general characterization is broadly consistent, but the specific rooms, corridors, and facilities of the castle change across different episodes that are set there. The activity room, the resident rooms, the staff areas, these appear in different configurations in different episodes. The specific staff at the castle and the specific residents who appear alongside Grandpa in different episodes are not entirely consistent. Some recurring faces appear in the background of castle scenes across many seasons. Others appear in one episode and are not seen again. The specific social dynamics among the residents, who knows whom, who are friends or rivals, what the specific culture of the castle as a community looks like, varies. Abe's specific memories and stories, which are among the show's richest veins of comedy and pathos, are not consistent with each other across the many episodes that feature him telling stories about his past. Abe's tendency to meander through increasingly tangential anecdotes before forgetting his original point is one of his most established and reliably funny character traits. The specific content of his anecdotes changes across episodes, but the structural pattern of the anecdote is consistent. He begins with a claim about a specific memory. The memory expands into related memories, the related memories produce further associations, and the original claim is eventually lost entirely. Within this consistent structural pattern, the specific facts about Abe's life that different anecdotes establish are not entirely compatible with each other. The specific things he remembers about his service in the war, about his relationship with Homer's mother, about his professional life before retirement, about the various historical events he was present for, these form a rich but internally inconsistent biographical portrait. The show is arguably using Abe's unreliability as a narrator to explain away these inconsistencies. If Abe cannot be trusted to remember accurately, then his inconsistent accounts are evidence of his cognitive situation rather than of the show's carelessness. This is a legitimate reading of the character, but not all Abe episodes establish him as an unreliable narrator. In some, his memories are presented as essentially accurate. The variable reliability of the narrator means the inconsistencies cannot be fully resolved by attributing them all to Abe's own confusion. Krusty the Clown's professional life, across the show's run, is one of the richer ongoing characterization threads in the supporting cast, and it contains its own specific set of inconsistencies. Krusty's show, The Krusty the Clown Show, is depicted as a long-running television institution in Springfield, beloved by generations of viewers. The specific format of the show, its recurring features, its production circumstances, and its relationship to its audience have been depicted differently in different episodes. In some episodes, Krusty's show is a thriving production with real resources and real audience engagement. In others, it is a threadbare operation held together by cynicism and momentum, running on a fraction of its former resources. The economic situation of Krusty's program has been depicted differently at different points in the show's run, partly as a function of storylines about Krusty's financial situation, and partly as a function of different writers' different impressions of what the show within a show looks like. Krusty's financial situation is one of the show's more consistently referenced ongoing character details. He is perpetually in debt, perpetually overextended, perpetually earning more than he spends while somehow always spending more than he earns. But the specific mechanics of his financial situation and the specific state of his debts and earnings at any given point have been depicted differently in different episodes. The show's treatment of Springfield's healthcare infrastructure is another area worth considering carefully. Springfield General Hospital is the primary medical institution in Springfield's universe, appearing in the many episodes that involve illness, injury, or medical crisis. Its specific layout, the emergency department, the wards, the various specialist departments changes between episodes. Dr. Julius Hibbert, who is the Simpson family's primary physician, is one of the show's more consistently maintained medical characters. His characterization, his specific bedside manner, his relationship to the family, his particular combination of competence and occasionally questionable judgment is broadly consistent across his many appearances. But the specific medical facts established in different episodes involving Dr. Hibbert are not always consistent with each other. Medical advice he gives in one episode is not always consistent with advice given in other episodes. His specific understanding of the family's medical histories, the specific things he knows about Homer's health, Marge's health, the children's health is not always consistent. Dr. Nick Riviera's role as the alternative, incompetent physician is consistent in its general characterization while varying in its specific content. The particular forms of his incompetence, the specific medical disasters he causes or avoids, The exact nature of his credentials, these have been depicted differently across his many appearances. The specific events depicted in Springfield's newspapers across different episodes, the headlines visible in the background, the specific stories covered in episodes that use the Springfield shopper as a plot element are not entirely consistent with each other or with other established facts about Springfield's universe. The shopper's specific editorial line, the kinds of stories it covers, the relationship between its coverage and the actual events of Springfield's life, these have been depicted differently in different episodes. In some, the shopper is a serious local news operation. In others, it is a tabloid that covers stories with minimal relationship to accuracy or civic responsibility. The specific reporters and editors associated with the shopper appear with different faces and different names in different episodes. The shopper's office, when it appears, has different layouts and different appearances. Springfield's architecture as a whole, beyond specific buildings discussed earlier, has a quality of eclectic impossibility that is worth acknowledging in its own right. The town's buildings represent architectural styles from multiple different periods and regions of American architecture styles that would not naturally coexist in a single American town of any particular age or region, because the architectural landscape of real towns reflects the specific economic and demographic history of each individual place. Springfield has buildings that suggest New England colonial architecture, Midwestern vernacular commercial architecture, post-war suburban construction, late 20th century institutional design, and various other styles, sometimes on the same block. This eclecticism is partly the production reality of a show that draws its backgrounds independently from episode to episode, and partly the intentional design philosophy of a show that wanted Springfield to feel like everywhere and nowhere. The result is a town whose built environment is, in architectural terms, impossible, a place that could only exist as a stage set, a collection of facades assembled for visual effect, rather than as a coherent built environment that reflects the actual history of a real place. This impossibility is part of what makes Springfield feel simultaneously familiar to every viewer and specifically real to no one. The architecture is everyone's hometown and no one's hometown. The buildings feel right without being accurate. The streets feel familiar without being fixed. And in the end, what we are left with after all of these hours and all of these details and all of these carefully noted inconsistencies is something surprisingly simple. A town that is everywhere and nowhere. A family that is everyone's family and no one's specific family. A show that has been running for so long that its mistakes have become part of its identity, indistinguishable from its choices, as much a part of Springfield as the quick E-Mart and the gorge and the tire fire that will go on burning in whatever direction the night requires. The Simpsons is imperfect in the way that real love is imperfect, not because it has failed to achieve some external standard of perfection, but because it has been made by human beings for human beings across a very long time, and human things are imperfect by their nature. The mistakes are the love. Every wrong eye color and every moving staircase and every forgotten job and every rebuilt backstory is evidence of people caring enough about this show to keep making it, to keep adding to Springfield's geography and Springfield's population and Springfield's history, even when they could not remember exactly where the gorge was last time, or how old Homer was when he first met Marge, or what exactly it was that Barney did when he was sober. They kept making it. For 36 years, they kept making it. And here you are, after all this time, still listening. That is its own kind of extraordinary thing. Good night. Thank you for spending these hours in Springfield with me. Drop a comment, your location, what time it is, anything you want to say. I look forward to seeing where you are. Subscribe if you want to find your way back. Springfield will be here. The staircase will be somewhere. The gorge will be in approximately the right place. And Homer will be at his workstation, or near his workstation, pressing a button that is almost certainly not quite the right button, eating a donut, falling asleep, doing it all again tomorrow. Just like always. Just like it has always been. There is one last category of inconsistency in The Simpsons that we have not yet addressed in full, and it is in some ways the most human of all of them. It is the inconsistency of tone. The Simpsons has been, at various points across its run, a show about economic anxiety, a show about family dysfunction treated with genuine warmth, a show about the specific experience of being middle class in America, not wealthy enough to be insulated from the world's pressures, not poor enough to be in genuine crisis, caught in the middle, managing. The earliest seasons in particular had a quality of weight to them, a sense that Homer's job mattered, that the mortgage was real, that Marge's worry about money was not a background detail but a genuine thread running through the family's daily life. And then the tone shifted. Not all at once, not in any single episode that you could point to and say, this is where it changed. It shifted gradually, across seasons, across changing creative teams, across the slow accumulation of a show finding new things to be about because the old things had been thoroughly explored. The economic anxiety faded, the weight of daily life became lighter. The stories got bigger and stranger and more elaborately plotted, and the specific texture of working-class Springfield, the texture of a family that shops carefully and worries about bills, and makes small calculations about what they can and cannot afford, became less central to what the show was doing. This tonal shift is not a continuity error in the strict sense. It is a creative evolution, and creative evolutions are not mistakes. But it does mean that the show depicted in Season 2 and the show depicted in Season 22 are, in terms of what they are fundamentally about and what emotional register they inhabit, not quite the same show. The characters are the same, the setting is the same. The general architecture of the world is the same, but the specific feeling of being in that world changed in ways that are visible and real and worth acknowledging. The specific way music functions in the show is another element of tonal consistency that has shifted across the production eras. In the earliest seasons, the score had a quality of genuine emotional specificity. Music was used to do emotional work to signal to the audience what register they were watching in, to underline moments of genuine feeling, to distinguish between the comedic and the sincere in ways that helped the audience navigate the show's tonal complexity. In later seasons, the scoring became more generic in certain episodes present without being specific, providing musical texture without the kind of targeted emotional cueing that the earliest seasons deployed. This is partly a function of the change in composers, and partly a function of the overall tonal shift, a show telling bigger, stranger stories with less grounded emotional stakes does not always need music to signal emotional complexity, because the emotional complexity is less present. The specific instrumentation of the Springfield sound, the particular combination of orchestral elements that gives the show's score, its specific character is broadly consistent across its history while varying in the specific deployment and emphasis of different instruments across different production eras. The couch gag, which opens every episode of The Simpsons after the family races home from various different adventures to arrive at their couch, is one of the show's most celebrated and most consistently deployed structural elements. In the earliest seasons, the couch gags were simple. The family arrives at the couch and something mildly unexpected happens. They fall off. There are too many family members. Someone is in the wrong seat. The variations were small and mostly physical. Over time, the couch gags became more elaborate, more conceptually ambitious, more visually complex, more willing to depart from the immediate logic of the family arriving at their couch in favor of more extended and more abstracted visual ideas. Some of the later couch gags are effectively short films with their own internal logic, barely connected to the domestic premise that the format originally served. This evolution is not a continuity error. It is a deliberate creative expansion of an established format. But it does mean that the couch gag of the current era is not quite the same element as the couch gag of the earliest seasons, not in its ambition, not in its visual character, not in the kind of comedic or artistic experience it provides. The couch gag is the show's most consistent structural element, and also the element that has changed most visibly across its run. Both things are true simultaneously, and they are not in contradiction. Consistency of form accommodates enormous variation in content, and the couch gag demonstrates this more clearly than almost any other element of the show. The opening sequence itself, the family members' individual journeys home, each taking their own route from their specific location to the couch, has been revised multiple times across the show's history. The original opening sequence was produced in a specific visual style, with a specific set of gags and a specific pacing. It was revised in later seasons to update the visual style, to change the specific gags, to alter the pacing, and eventually to adapt to high-definition production requirements. The high-definition revision introduced new visual details and changed the specific character of several of the sequence's recurring elements. Bart's chalkboard gag at the beginning of each episode is another consistently deployed structural element that has evolved across the show's run. The chalkboard sentence, whatever Bart has been sentenced to write repeatedly as punishment, is a small piece of the show's world-building, establishing what kind of mischief Bart has been up to before the episode begins. These sentences have ranged from simple to elaborate, from mildly subversive to unexpectedly profound, across 36 seasons of episodes. The specific relationship between the chalkboard sentence and the episode it precedes has varied. In some episodes, the sentence is directly connected to the episode's themes or events. In others, it is entirely disconnected, a freestanding joke that is part of the opening formula without being part of the episode's specific content. Homer's voice is, in the context of voice performance, one of the most recognizable sounds in American entertainment. The specific quality of the performance, the specific vocal character that makes Homer recognizable across any context, has been broadly consistent across the show's run. But listeners who have spent many hours with the show across different seasons can identify shifts in the vocal performance that are real and documentable. The specific pitch, the specific raspiness, the specific quality of the comedic timing in Homer's vocal delivery, these have evolved across 36 years. Not dramatically, not in ways that break the fundamental recognition of the character, but the Homer of the earliest seasons sounds slightly different from the Homer of the current era, and the difference is the natural result of a voice performance evolving across decades. The same is true of every principal voice performance in the show. Bart's voice has changed, Lisa's voice has changed, Marge's voice has changed, Burns's voice has changed. These are all real changes, produced by the real physical changes that voice performers undergo across long careers, and they are all variations on the show's established vocal characters that are visible to attentive listeners. The specific quality of the animation in different seasons is, as noted in earlier sections, one of the most visible dimensions of the show's evolution across its run. But there is a specific quality of the early season animation that deserves its own acknowledgement. The sense of physical weight that the earliest episodes gave to the characters' movements. In the cell-era animation of the earliest seasons, the characters moved with a specific kind of heft, a quality of mass and momentum that is different from the way they move in later digital seasons. When Homer sat down in the earliest seasons, there was a physical quality to the sit, a sense of weight arriving in a chair that later digital animation produced differently. This quality of weight is not simply a function of animation style. It is also a function of the specific frame rates and movement speeds that characterized the earliest season's animation choices that gave the characters a different relationship to the physical space they occupied than the choices made in later production eras. The loss of this specific weight quality is not a mistake. It is a consequence of the production transition and the different aesthetic priorities of digital animation. But it is a real difference between the show of the earliest seasons and the show of the current era, and it contributes to the overall sense that The Simpsons of 36 years ago and The Simpsons of today are in some ways different shows wearing the same name. The specific way Springfield looks at night is worth one final observation. Nighttime exterior shots of Springfield, of the residential streets, of the downtown, of the nuclear plant against the darkness have a specific visual character that has been handled differently across different production eras. In the cell era, nighttime, Springfield had a specific quality of darkness. The blues and purples and deep greens that indicated nighttime in the hand-painted background art gave the town a specific nocturnal atmosphere. The nuclear plant glowing against the night sky was a recurring visual element with a specific quality that the cell animation process produced naturally. In the digital era, nighttime Springfield has a different quality. The colors are handled differently, the relationship between light and dark is rendered differently, and the specific atmospheric quality of the cell-era nighttime is not present in the same form. Neither version of nighttime Springfield is wrong. They are different realizations of the same fictional world, produced by different techniques at different points in the show's history. But they are different, and the difference is real, and it contributes to the accumulated sense of a show that has been made across a very long time, in very different ways, by very different groups of people, who all cared about getting it right, and all got it slightly differently. This is the final thing worth saying about The Simpsons and its mistakes, and it is the simplest thing. Every inconsistency in the show is evidence of time. Evidence that the show was made in 1989, and in 1993, and in 2001, and in 2015, and in 2023, and in all the years between and since. Evidence that different people, with different memories, and different reference points, and different creative priorities, contributed to building and rebuilding Springfield across decades. The staircase moves because someone drew it in a different place. The gorge wanders because someone placed it on a different side of town. Homer's jobs accumulate without connection because each one was written by a team focused on the current episode, not on the archive of previous episodes. The timeline drifts because the story is always happening now, and now has been happening for 36 years. All of these mistakes, accumulated across all of these years, add up to something that no perfectly maintained continuity could produce. They add up to a real place. A place with the specific texture of something that has been lived in and worked on and cared about across a very long time by a very large number of people who did not always agree and did not always remember and did not always have access to what the previous season established. Springfield is real in the way that only imperfect things can be real. It is inconsistent in the way that only living things are inconsistent. And it will go on being inconsistent, going on accumulating new mistakes alongside its new stories, building its impossible geography in new directions, forgetting what it remembered and remembering what it forgot for, as long as there are people who want to spend time there, which, based on the evidence of 36 years, appears to be a very long time indeed. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Close your eyes if they are not already closed. Let Springfield settle around you, the tire fire burning somewhere in the comfortable dark, the gorge in approximately the right place, the house on Evergreen Terrace warm and lit from within, exactly as inconsistent and exactly as beloved as it has always been. Good night. There is always one more thing. That is the nature of a show with 788 episodes. There is always one more thing you did not mention. One more inconsistency you passed over, one more small and quietly beautiful mistake sitting somewhere in the archive waiting to be noticed. The show is too large to be fully cataloged. It is too long to be entirely known. There will always be a corner of Springfield that this script did not visit, a character whose specific contradiction was not named, a background detail whose quiet wrongness went unremarked. That is not a failure of this script. That is a description of the show. The Simpsons is too large to finish. You can approach it. You can spend years with it. You can fill 4 hours with its accumulated inconsistencies and arrive at the end of those 4 hours knowing that you have not said everything, that there is more, and that the more will always be there when you come back. The snowball succession is one of those things. The Simpson family has had multiple cats named Snowball, each replacing the previous cat after death, each being named Snowball as if the name itself were the cat rather than the animal. This is one of the show's cleaner acknowledgments of its own approach to continuity. The name persists, the individual is replaced, and the family treats the replacement as a restoration rather than a loss. Snowball is Snowball. The specific animal is secondary. But the specific number of snowballs, and the specific circumstances of each snowball's death and replacement, have been depicted with the show's characteristic inconsistency. The canonical snowball count is a matter of some fan debate. The transitions between snowballs have been handled with different degrees of attention in different episodes. Some snowball deaths are treated with genuine feeling. Others are more summary. The current snowball, whichever numbered iteration is present in current episodes, is depicted as the family's cat, without specific reference to the chain of cats that preceded her. She is Snowball. That is enough. The Springfield Elementary School Band is another recurring element whose specific composition and capabilities have changed across different episodes that feature it. Lisa's saxophone is the most consistent single musical presence in the show. Her instrument, her proficiency with it, and the specific role that music plays in her inner life are among the show's most reliably maintained character details. But the specific musical context in which Lisa's saxophone playing occurs, the school band, the various performance situations the show has depicted, the specific quality of the musical education available at Springfield Elementary has been handled with variable consistency. The specific other instruments present in the school band and the specific musical capabilities of other student musicians are not consistent across different episodes featuring the band. The music teacher or teachers responsible for the band's instruction are not consistently depicted. Lisa's occasional musical collaborations with adult musicians she has encountered in specific episodes, with the professional musicians who have appeared as guest performers in various episodes, have been depicted without consistent follow-through. The relationships established in these collaborations do not persist beyond the episodes that establish them. Homer's relationship with his car, the specific car he drives, the specific condition of that car, and the specific history of his automotive life is another minor but documentable inconsistency. The Simpson family car, which is generally depicted as an older, not particularly well-maintained vehicle appropriate for a middle-class family of modest means, has been depicted in slightly different configurations across different episodes. The specific color and specific model of the car has been a matter of some inconsistency across the show's production history, a function partly of the animation process and partly of the episodic nature of the show's approach to these background details. Episodes that focus specifically on the car that make Homer's vehicle a plot element tend to establish specific facts about it that subsequent episodes may or may not honor. The condition of the car, its specific mechanical problems, any modifications or changes that occur within a specific episode, these are not consistently carried forward. Homer has also driven other vehicles in various episodes, rented cars, borrowed cars, vehicles acquired for specific episodic purposes, and his relationship to those vehicles after the episode ends is consistently nothing. They exist for the episode and then they do not exist. The specific relationship between Springfield and the federal government is one that has been established and then not maintained across various episodes. The federal government exists in Springfield's universe. Federal agents have appeared, federal regulations have been referenced, federal agencies have been depicted as operating in Springfield's environment. The EPA's involvement in the Simpsons movie is the most dramatic example. A federal agency looking at Springfield's environmental situation and concluding that it needed to be contained. But the specific ongoing relationship between Springfield's clearly problematic industrial situation and federal oversight, the question of why the Environmental Protection Agency is not, in regular episodes, a constant presence, given what the show has established about the plant's 342 violations and its documented history of environmental contamination, is a question the show raises through specific episodes and then allows to go dormant in others. The federal government shows up when the plot needs it, and is absent when the plot does not. This is episodic television working as episodic television works. But the accumulated picture of the federal government's relationship to Springfield, given how much the show has established about what Springfield's environment looks like and what Burns's plant has done to it, is not consistent with any realistic assessment of what federal oversight would look like in such a situation. And here, at the true end of this, is the thing that holds all of it together. The Simpsons is not a world with mistakes in it. It is a world made of love that happens to contain mistakes, because all worlds made of love contain mistakes. The mistakes are not separate from the love. They are part of the same process. The same people who drew the staircase in the wrong place also drew the look on Homer's face when he holds a newborn Maggie for the first time. The same writers who forgot which job Homer had last season also wrote the scene where Homer and Marge dance together in the kitchen while their children sleep. The inconsistencies do not diminish those moments. They are the same thing, the same human thing, the same evidence of making something with your hands and your memory and your care across a very long time without being able to hold all of it in your head simultaneously. 36 years, 788 episodes, one imperfect, beloved, impossible, irreplaceable world. Thank you for listening all the way to the end. Comment where you are. Drop a timestamp if you're watching this later. I like knowing. Subscribe if you want to come back. There is always more Springfield. There is always more to find. The gorge is out there, in whatever direction it feels like tonight. And the tire fire is burning, and the house on Evergreen Terrace has a staircase that is more or less where you remember it. Sleep well.